being a couple minutes late. Actually, I suppose more than a couple minutes late. Technical difficulties, which is always a pain in the butt, but we got it sorted out. We're here. Let's give it some time. Let's see who joins. There's a few different things I wanted to talk about today, but I figured we can start with just hanging out, wait to see who joins as always. And then from there, we'll go into the more specific talking points. And there's a lot of things I wanted to bring up. Some stuff related to Freemasonry, some stuff just happening in my own personal life I wanted to share. I think, though, the focus today, I want to make it on men's mental health, because it is Men's Mental Health Month. I do think it's unfortunate. We haven't seen, at least in my opinion, as many Freemasons as I'd like discussing it. To me, it's obvious that... as Freemasonry is primarily a fraternal organization, certainly the fraternal side is the biggest side. It makes a lot of sense to me that we discuss Men's Mental Health Month, and so that's something I wanted to talk about as well. A few other things I was thinking about got me thinking, but for the time being, first hour is going to wait to see who joins. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral? Let me know. Bulba, I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well also. I mean, if you're free tomorrow or Friday, we can go to the coffee club to grab some coffee. I can finally give you that coin. Or if there's another time that works better for you, let me know. We'll do it then. And your local Spurs, good evening to you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. Jeremy, thank you for being here also. I hope you're doing well. As always, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, please let me know. I would truly, truly appreciate it. We're going to give it, like I said, the first hour, we just hang out, chat about whatever it is, wait to see who joins. I had a great trip back in Winnipeg. I loved it. Got to visit my old high school. That was really fun. Murdoch McKay. So it was really enjoyable experience being back home. I've said before, a lot of people say familiarity breeds contempt. At least that wasn't the case for me. For me, familiarity bred indifference. Because I grew up in Winnipeg, Manitoba, because I grew up in Transcona, I was always kind of indifferent to it. I was always kind of indifferent to everything about it because I always lived there. It was right next to me. Actually visiting it once again, especially these last several years, it's made me feel, it's helped me recognize that actually it's a pretty great place and we should be more appreciative of it perhaps. So there you go. Jeremy, thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. That's also kind of the case with Freemasonry sometimes. The familiarity around Freemasonry, if you're there all the time, because you don't get any separation from it, it can kind of breed indifference towards it, right? If you're the only one or one of the few people working really hard at it, it can breed contempt as well, which happens very often. But even if you're not, if you're one of many people working hard on it, it can, in those cases, tend to breed indifference. You stop appreciating it because it's just always part of your life. Oh my gosh, last time I went fishing, I have no idea. Forever and ever and ever ago. Like, it's been so long. I don't really fish, to be honest. 10, 15 years. Yes, it is. And that is something else I wanted to talk about. The opening of the Gordie Howe Bridge. I am a Freemason, which means I'm a traveler. Travel to the States is a huge part of that. Right now, to get over into the States costs me $38. It's $19 round trip both ways. And so actually having this bridge, which will actually allow me to just wheel across from one side to the other and not pay any tolls, is going to be a huge game changer and make a big difference. To my knowledge, the ribbon cutting ceremony is today, but the ribbon cutting ceremony is today, but I believe it's opening this week sometimes. I was actually going to talk about that on my channel at some point today because I'm very excited for it to open. Back in my political days, it's something I worked a little bit on, and I'm grateful, or was involved with a little bit. So I'm grateful to see it opening. I think it's a huge deal for Canada and the United States, and for Ontario and Michigan. I mean, Austin, what's the point? I mean, by that argument, what's the point of going anywhere, right? Um, like, honestly, your mind is vast enough, your community is vast enough. I could spend every day for the rest of my life exploring Windsor, Ontario, where I live, and never see all of it, or never learn as much as I could because there's so many incredible things to learn about it. I think if your argument is that, it's kind of a silly argument. Imagine if our cavemen had said, "What's the point of leaving the cave? I have everything I need here." Um, or even, you can explore inwardly and your mind is vast, if that makes any sense. The Knights of Columbus made what possible, Mark Jameson? By the way, thank you for being here. And I'm not knocking the Knights of Columbus. They're an excellent organization, a wonderful civic group. I'm grateful that they are a part of civic life. I have no issue with any civic group. I think as one grows, they all grow. Yes, that is true. Not religion, and not even God. We would say supreme being, which is a kind of Enlightenment era term. But you have to believe in a supreme being. Like for me, I don't believe in any religion per se. I guess I would default if I had to Christianity, but yeah, it's more that I believe in a supreme being. Freemasons do believe in bridges and tunnels. Of course, we believe in bridges and tunnels. We're Freemasons. We evolved from stonemasons who are building bridges and tunnels. So of course we do. Hello, that was Knights of Cucumbers, dude, not Columbus. As we should. Masons, I mean, arches are one of those incredible parts of architecture. Good afternoon, Michael Moore. How's it going? I don't know if you heard, um, but we finally have the ribbon cutting ceremony for the Gordie Howe Bridge connecting Windsor to Detroit, Ontario to Michigan, and Canada to the United States. I'm hoping, based on a report I just read, or a news story I just read, that we will have the opening this week, and then I plan to be crossing the bridge with my wheelchair just because it's going to be really, really cool to check out. The Freemason organization is just IRL Pokemon. I don't know enough about Pokemon to say, but maybe you're right. That's very possible. Whatever you say, that's right. Whatever you say. How often do you find yourself in Michigan? Or sorry, in Canada, excuse me. So the first hour, again, I don't have any specific comments. I just hang out, chat about whatever. The second hour is when I have my specific talking points. So there's a few things I want to talk about, but I do want to actually close this. Give me just 1 second. They're organizing, or they're getting That's a fun thing. Just ignore that squeaking. I gotta get some WD-40. That's very much a pain. They're getting the fair ready outside, so I'm gonna shut my window because it's a bit loud. When did Pokemon Go first come out? I don't remember that. And we are... Well, he's gone. Don't make fun of other presidents, dude. We got the worst. Yeah, light free. There are many places where there are many places in Michigan. Michigan. There are many Muslim countries where Freemasonry not only exists but is thriving. I mean, Morocco is the one that comes to mind automatically. Freemasonry exists in Jordan, though culturally there are some people who kind of are not big fans of it there. But it does exist in Jordan. There are also many Muslim Freemasons throughout the world, including in places which are, high Muslim populations, like, for example, in Dearborn, Michigan, where I think the majority of the lodge, one of the lodges there is Muslim. Well, David, I mean, I'm no fan of Donald Trump at all. I think he's a pretty terrible human being. That's just me speaking for myself, not for Freemasonry. I think he's a terrible person. I think if you did vote for him, then yeah, you got conned. Now, I know some Masons who still support him, and so be it. What can you do? But I think from a Masonic perspective, what we need to do is focus on trying to make things as good as we can, try to help our brethren as much as we can, and try to get through what's going to be, I think, a challenging time. Why is Canada a totalitarian country? I mean, I feel pretty free to say whatever I want. I'm here talking right now. So, I mean, how totalitarian can it possibly be? And I mean, this whole argument, I'm grateful to be Canadian. I've said it a million times. I am Canadian first. I am a Mason second. I'm proud to be Canadian. Now, I've also said several times, right, that Canada is the greatest country in the world, in part because we have the greatest neighbors in the world, and I truly believe that's the case. However, that doesn't mean I don't have some concerns with the current political situation in the United States of America. I'm grateful to be American, as you should be. You can not be a fan of the government and still be a fan of America, or still be grateful to be American, right? The two are not necessarily hand in hand. I've always said it. One of the things I love to see, and I've seen it many times, is, I even posted about this on Facebook a few times, is I was in Chicago, for example, and after a lodge meeting, everybody went out to this bar. It's a really nice bar. And a few of the guys I overheard talking, and they were talking about all the things they love about Chicago. And, that just made me happy to hear. I'm always really happy when I hear Freemasons talking positively about where they live, whether it be their city, their country, their state, their community. Because you want to talk, like, for example, I was just back home in Winnipeg, but I want to talk positively about my community, Transcona, the city, Winnipeg, the province, Manitoba, and the country, Canada. Also, when I'm traveling, I want to talk positively about where I'm traveling, or to where I am or where I'm staying, whether it be South America, North America, Asia. I think it's incumbent upon us as Freemasons to find the positives. Truly, truly do believe that. So, yeah. So I think you should be grateful to be American, but that doesn't mean you have to be a fan of the political situation, that's for sure. Yes, I saw that, Dad. I mean, I think I was there when it was happening, when the installation took place. I'm a monarchist myself, so I think it's great. Yes, Halloween. Hey, Halloween. Well, I mean, freedom of speech is important. Now we're getting into some very specific kind of political discussions on almost trying to create some type of like division of rights. I think, look, ultimately, I think I've said kind of this before. Um, I think there's a lot of different things that all need to go into account at the same time. I think a country without freedom of speech is not going to be able to address a lot of other issues because people will not be able to talk about it. And the government will simply, as soon as anybody tries to bring up any of these problems, will just put them in jail for talking about it, right? Not having freedom of speech is a good way to allow a government to hide problems or push problems under the rug, which you do see very often. However, freedom of speech is simply one of many issues, right? Like homelessness, drug addiction, men's mental health. These things need to be considered as well and need to be considered in much the same way. So it's not simply a matter of one thing or the other, it's everything. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can protect free speech and fight homelessness and fight drug addiction at the same time. Um, it's not exclusively about confronting leaders, David Solomon. I don't think that's an exclusive thing. I think it's a part of it, without a doubt, but it's not the exclusive reason. Thank you, Raj. I hope you're doing well. If you're new to the stream, please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. I would truly, truly appreciate it. And I hope that everybody watching this is doing well. Kaka, I am not. I am Canadian. I was born and raised in Winnipeg, currently live in Windsor, Ontario. And I'm grateful to be Canadian, but I'm also grateful for my neighbors. I mean, define rich, Austin, but as a general rule of thumb, I think, and I would consider myself conservative, but I do get worried about the extent to which you see income inequality in 2026. Again, it's a numbers game. Nobody thinks, for example, 1% of the population should have 100% of the wealth and the other 99 should have zero. There's a number in there that's good. I would say it's probably getting way too high in 2026. And part of the reason I think it's getting too high is from Masonic considerations, right? What I mean by that is if income inequality keeps on getting so high that 99% of the population is at sustenance level and just trying to survive and has $0 for anything else, but 1% of the population has all the money, well, Freemasonry becomes a playground for the rich and powerful, and your typical middle class or lower middle class member of society can't join, which is not a healthy thing. The greatest strength of Freemasonry, or the time when we saw Freemasonry grow, was when it was opened up to middle class and even lower middle class. So, what's my opinion about Donald Trump? I don't like him. That's me speaking for myself. I think he's a pretty terrible human being. Honestly, this is going to be, and this is me speaking personally, it's going to be maybe a hot take. Actually, I think he's mentally ill, to be honest. I think that and I've seen this happen with other people, he got so invested and fell into the online trap of from Twitter X about conspiracy theories and stolen elections and vaccines and all the rest of it, that he became mentally ill, and having people around him like Laura Loomer and Pete Hegseth. I mean, a good metaphor is, if you've ever seen the movie Bug, B-U-G, starring Ashley Judd and Michael Shannon, which everybody should watch, by the way. It's one of my favorite movies and a very important movie. Basically, Donald Trump is the Ashley Judd character, and Michael Shannon is all the people around him, including people online who convinced him, of what they were saying. Governments are represented. I mean, yes, somewhat, but you need to be careful about that because, well, governments are representations of the people. It's very possible through a variety of means, gerrymandering, undue influence, who knows what else, to have the will of the people misrepresented at the electoral level. Right? Because, that's why, for example, in war, you should never target civilians. Even if you say we're at war with this country, we're at war with this country, the people represent the country or the government of the country, therefore, I still don't think it's a helpful thing to do, or a correct thing to do. So you always want to try to keep in your mind at least somewhat that separation between government and people. I was educated in England. It's clear my education was now. I mean, I'm sure the education system in England is great, although I will say, I've met a lot of very well-educated and smart people from America as well, so I think it depends on a lot of factors outside of just where you're educated, like country-wise. It's about the funding for the school system and a lot of factors that go into it. Scarlet Fox, please hit like and subscribe. I think some people, it's just a matter of it's kind of the sunken ship fallacy. They spend so many years supporting him. It's hard to necessarily feel like you can now go against him. Austin, well, it seems like you're a fan of Trump. I'm not. I'm not a Democrat either because I'm Canadian, but I mean, I guess we'll see what happens in the coming. I guess we'll see what happens in the coming 2 years, or even I guess 1 year when the midterms are. I mean, and I hate QAnon. I've talked about this before on this channel. QAnon absolutely ruins people's lives. People believing in this type of stuff. Whatever QAnon says, it's incredibly harmful and incredibly dangerous. It's unfortunate that so many people are harmed by QAnon. And, you hate to see it. I'll say that, whatever you say. I was generally speaking, a fan of that, no tax on tips. Although I do think there does come a point where, there's only so much, at a certain point, people have to pay taxes. I would consider myself conservative, but, a country can't survive if it has nobody paying any taxes. So, nope, we do not inhale methane. We've never inhaled methane. Scarlet Fox, we got another fan of Trump. All right, well, again, this channel isn't political. I guess everybody has their own opinions, but we're going to see what happens. My biggest concern, if you want to look at this from a political lens, is if we continue to see the concentration of wealth at higher and higher levels amongst fewer and fewer people. I think, for example, Elon Musk I don't know if he has become yet, or being set up to become the world's first trillionaire. I don't know if it's happened right now. It's just another example of that wealth inequality, wealth concentration under Trump, combined with the, I think, incredibly toxic effect it's having on our day-to-day lives and discourse, and the cruelty that we're seeing that's become commonplace. It results in people, it does not do well for Freemasonry across the board. It, first of all, makes people less likely to join Freemasonry unless they're rich enough to be able to afford dues. Even $225 a year in dues can be a lot if gas keeps going up and the cost of food keeps going up. It makes people less likely to travel to Masonic events. And so, yeah, it's something that, we're struggling with. And I don't want to see Freemasonry become kind of something that's exclusively available to the very, very well off. We had that in the 17th and 18th centuries, but it took the 19th century, particularly the 1920s and 1950s, when you had your rapidly expanding middle class, especially the 1950s, that Freemasonry truly was able to grow into something really special. Well, yeah, that's a huge issue, Scarlet Fox, and that's kind of a good example of it. What you say there, Scarlet Fox. Um, the issue, that's a really interesting kind of parallel to Freemasonry, and I think there's a microcosm to that. And I heard people talking about it. The average ticket price to go see a basketball game right now, Knicks versus Spurs, is in the thousands, right? Literally in the thousands of dollars. I think I heard the cheapest was $7,000 US. I'd have to double check that. That's insane. And what that means is the average person cannot afford to go to support the Knicks, including the people who were supporting the Knicks for the 13 years when they weren't in the finals and kept on going to the games, right? And then Trump goes, and that creates even more expense because now it takes longer to get there. It's longer time to get through, all of which is, time is money. If you have to spend 2 hours going through security or whatever it is, or traffic is backed up because of the motorcade or whatever it might be, that's a problem, right? And Freemasonry, there's a parallel in the sense that as everything else gets more expensive, Freemasonry gets more expensive. At a certain point, people stop spending money on something or start to cut back on something. And in this case, they cut back on Freemasonry. So that is what is concerning to me. It's not exclusively, obviously, the fault of Trump. It's not exclusively the fault of anyone. Nor should we view it that way. Economies are very complicated, but I don't think anything Donald Trump has done has helped the inflation, the insane cost of living, and the wealth concentration. So, Trump is not a Freemason. Open source agriculture, Donald Trump is not a Freemason, so no. By the way, I just received a statement 57 minutes ago, or not I, but on X. This is from Fox News. President Trump vows to respond to the Iranian attack that took down a U.S. helicopter over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured, thank God. Knock on wood. Nevertheless, the United States must of necessity respond to this attack. The statement, I think this is on Truth Social. I have just been informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must of necessity respond to this attack. Thank you for your attention to this matter! Exclamation point for some reason. President Donald J. Trump. I just read a report on X as well, talking about increasing cost of things. I'm just going to pull this up. Here it is. U.S. airlines spent more than $6 billion on jet fuel in April, up 78% from a year earlier. The airline industry's top global trade group warned that soaring energy costs could nearly halve profits in 2026, will be offset onto consumers. The point is, it's just going to get more expensive to fly. It's just going to get more expensive to travel the longer the issues in Iran continue. And with the potential of a response from Trump to the shooting down of the Apache helicopter, who knows what that'll do to prices, but I don't think it's going to be good. Yeah, and Scarlet Fox, and I relied heavily on Spirit Airlines. I travel a lot for Freemasonry. I'm grateful to travel as much as I do. Spirit Airlines was one of those very important um, companies, businesses, resources that allowed me to travel relatively inexpensively. And also, even if I wasn't flying Spirit, just the fact that Spirit existed allowed me to travel inexpensively because every time Spirit Airlines would open up a new route and open up a new route to a new city, immediately every other airline that flew to that city would reduce its prices at the same time because the downward pressures from Spirit Airlines on all the other carriers. So when you see things like this happening, it means Masons are going to have a harder time traveling to and from places, and Masons are going to have a harder time deciding if they can afford to pay their dues. Um, I mean, I would not recommend him, but at the same time, it's tough. You want to be careful that you don't let politics interfere with this stuff too much, right? It's hard to say. The biggest problem with Trump joining Freemasonry, if he were interested, would be all the people who don't like him, including me. Because I'm a Freemason, it wouldn't affect me very much. But if I wasn't a Freemason and just saw Trump as a member, would that make me reconsider joining because of my dislike of him? That's why it's always a double-edged sword when you are welcoming in Masons from who are famous for whatever reason. You're not wrong, Scarlett. Politics can. That's one of the reasons why, Scarlett, we within Freemasonry do not discuss religion and do not discuss politics in lodge. There's nothing wrong with being political, but be political outside of lodge, not in lodge. Um, It does seem like he believes that. Ron John, how's it going? Light for you can believe in Jesus and be a Freemason. We have many Christian Freemasons. I would say the majority of membership is Christian, but we also have Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Jewish, First Nations, Indigenous. Um, Freemasonry welcomes men of all different faiths, backgrounds, and beliefs, um, as does all of Freemasonry. That's one of the most beautiful things about Freemasonry. The belief must be in a supreme being, but that's it. The nature of that supreme being is up to each individual. Um, I don't disagree with that either, Scarlett, but we shall see. Honestly, David, it's not as hard as you would think. In my experience, I've found that generally speaking, people are usually, willing to not discuss politics at least for a few minutes while in lodge. Now, or a few hours while in lodge. Now, I would say some people, honestly, probably find it, if anything, a bit of a relief to not be discussing politics while in lodge. Because politics, unfortunately, has taken up so much of our life every day that giving a few moments, a few minutes to actually not discuss it and not think about it is something that I think a lot of people really enjoy and are really appreciative of. So I agree. Googled. I'm going to call you 1839. Happy Pride Month. I've written about Freemasonry and Pride. There's been some really great work, especially through United Grand Lodge of England, to celebrate or commemorate Pride Month. Um, and so, yeah, I support that 100%. I've posted my videos about Freemasonry and Pride on my X. I hope you guys will find that. By the way, I am trying to get over 5,000 impressions in 7 days on X. I've got very close a couple of times, but I never quite make it. So if you want to help me out with that, follow me on X at Cameron ADAMSO16. Light free. I know many Muslims who support Pride Month. I mean, Mondami was pretty supportive of it. Sadly, the quote or the poem which I really liked. My mayor's Muslim, my bagel is Jewish, my Christian's Dior, Nixon 4. I guess that's no longer possible. Now it's Nixon 5. But nonetheless, I've known many Muslims who support Pride. I mean, when you say not all Freemasons are bad, that's an interesting way to put it. I would say human beings can be good or bad, but Freemasonry as an institution, an organization, is good. The extent to which our brethren apply the lessons of Freemasonry to their day to day lives, that's a different story. And some of them may do it well, some of them may not, but that's not something that we within Freemasonry can control, right? Institutions can be good or bad. The people within them, if they are following the institutional code, will be good. Yes, he is Noodle. He's a really good dude, from what I've seen. Now, I don't know him well, but I've seen him write a lot about Freemasonry, and I've always been really impressed with everything he has to say. It seems like he really knows what he's talking about when it comes to Freemasonry, anyways. I'd like to go on the podcast at some point, but whatever you say, we're not going to be defiling anyone's religion. I'm not an expert on talking about it, but I will say I've sat next to Muslim Masons and Hindu Masons and Jewish Masons, and they're all my brothers. And I think that is the best and most appropriate way to exist, to live here today. Support for everyone. There's some truth to that, Scarlett. It's easier to point out the flaws of others than to focus on our own flaws and try to be better. That is something I've experienced many times. And sometimes I do it as well. I don't want to think about all the ways I'm messing up. It's easier to look at the ways other people are messing up. But we shall see. I mean, I don't get it, David Thompson. I will say this, I've known plenty of gay people who go to Pride. I know plenty of gay people who don't because, a lot of people just don't like parades and the hullabaloo. I've known plenty of people who do. Back in the day where I worked, they put a float in the Pride Parade and I marched in it just to show support for my LGBTQ colleagues. So, yeah, I think, but again, I will say I've known a couple gay Masons who marched in Pride parades, particularly at United Grand Lodge of England, UGLE, so. Oh, Montauk with the jokes. It's, I've always said the best thing about Freemasonry is the fact that it welcomes so many different people of so many different backgrounds. Usually what I say is, right, it's ethnic backgrounds, it's languages, it's cultures, it's religions, but also sexual orientation. I've never heard the great quote from Jesse Pinkman. Wasn't he the dude out of wasn't he wasn't he the dude from Breaking Bad? Which I've never watched, in fairness, so I don't know. And UGLE is great. I mean, and mother to us all, right? If you're a Freemason. Now, obviously, a lot of people think, and they get it messed up, but they think that Freemasonry is a single governing body or has a single governing organization. And they tend to think that it is, if they think anything, they think it's United Grand Lodge of England governs Freemasonry around the world. It does not. There are Freemasons, all around the world who are under different jurisdictions. Like for me, it's Ontario. But that is not to say that there wasn't an original Grand Lodge, and that original Grand Lodge is, in fact, United Grand Lodge of England, originally called the United Grand Lodge of England. Sorry, originally called Premier Grand Lodge of England. And then it became the ancients and the moderns, and then when they united, it became the United Grand Lodge of England. So there you go. Okay, science, magnets. Well, that, I mean, I always think about and remember when I'm thinking about Jesse Pinkman, the one thing I remember from Breaking Bad was when they were stuck on their in their RV in the middle of the desert, and Jesse Pinkman suggested, they use robots to, escape the desert. Eventually, when Walter White comes up with a solution, Jesse Pinkman thinks it's robots, which always made me laugh. Thank you for the star, whatever you say. By the way, don't forget, you guys, if you do a super chat of $2 or more, you'll hear it text to speech. So, I mean, I think, if I recall correctly, it was because of the paparazzi being incredibly unsafe. See, whatever you say, this is one of the biggest issues and problems with conspiracy theories, I genuinely think, is that they stop us from solving real problems because they invent fake problems that distract us. So, for example, in the case of Princess Diana, the real problem is completely unhinged paparazzi acting in a manner that is completely unsafe, putting not just Princess Diana's and her driver's and her partner's life at risk, but all the people on the road, including their own lives, at risk trying to get this shot, which then goes into a larger question or issue of, okay, how do we as Freemasons, or sorry, not as Freemasons, excuse me, how do we as a society deal with the fact that we are so addicted to celebrity and online culture that we are willing to purchase magazines that support the paparazzi in their incredibly dangerous and incredibly harmful approaches to getting these pictures. Every time we purchase a magazine in society that has a picture of celebrity of their privacy being exploited or broken, that's a bad thing. That encourages these bad behaviors, which results in deaths of people like Princess Diana. But instead of dealing with that real problem, we invent a fake problem, being, that she was killed because of Muslim connections. And that's, I mean, it's the same thing with vaccines, right? I've said it a million times. Everybody should get vaccinated if you can, so long as you talk to your doctor first. I'm a big believer in getting vaccinated, taking your medications. But the problem is conspiracy theories around vaccinations result in people being unable to actually deal with the real problems and the real issues of, yes, we should also be exercising. Yes, we should also be eating healthy. Yes, we should also be taking care of our mental health. But if all you're doing is going online and spreading misinformation about vaccines, it stops us from dealing with the real problems that exist, which is creating a holistic healthcare model that incorporates everything, including vaccination, but also diet, exercise, social connections, mental health, and all the rest of it. Getting enough sleep. See, as Lightfree says, right? So instead of dealing with the real problem of insane paparazzi and a society that encourages their behavior, we invent a fake problem of assassination. Well, Chris, good for you. I've been vaccinated many times, and I don't think I've ever got COVID. Though at the end of the day, I could have been asymptomatic. I never had any symptoms, put it that way. That made me think I had COVID. And I travel a lot, and I'm grateful for the vaccinations that allow me to travel, or allow me to travel safely, I should say. Hepatitis A vaccine, hepatitis B vaccine. I got the, I can't think what it's called now, the tetanus vaccine, COVID, flu, and I'm feeling pretty good, so I'm not glowing green yet. No, Noodle, again, this is a problem. We're not dealing with it. And Freemasonry is the same way. There are real problems in society that need to be solved, but instead of actually solving them, conspiracy theorists spend all sorts of time and energy talking nonsense about Freemasonry, which means that we within Freemasonry then need to spend all of our time fighting back against these conspiracy theories instead of actually dealing with what we should be dealing with, which is how we can make the world a better place. Actually, you're not wrong. Jeez, I never was paying attention. You know what? In my defense, I don't pay attention to how I look because it's the internal, not external qualifications of man. Hello, Joshua. Please hit like and subscribe. Well, whatever you say, I can say for myself, I don't think I ever got COVID. But again, how would I know? All I can say is I traveled many times. Every time I traveled, I had to get a COVID test. I had to get a COVID test both when I was leaving the country and entering the States or Mexico, and when I was coming back from the States back into Canada. I've still got all the copies of those COVID tests and all the results. Never had COVID in any of those tests, and I got vaccinated many times. Never had any side effects either. To my knowledge, I never had any side effects really from any of the vaccines, at least not that I ever felt, except I forget which one it was, but I remember once getting a sore arm from one of the vaccines. I think it was tetanus, actually. I got kind of a sore arm after. I mean, I think he got wasted, quote unquote, because a crazy guy who was a very good shooter took him out. And it really sucks because he seems like he was a good president. I mean, one of my favorite movies of all time is 13 Days, which is really, really good. But I will say this, probably my favorite. So my favorite president of my lifetime is Joe Biden, but my favorite president of all time might be LBJ. And he was a Freemason. He was a first degree Mason, entered apprentice, never went beyond that. And a lot of people think because of that, like there's debate amongst some Masons. I'm not one of them. I don't know, Michael Moore, if you're there, what you think about this. But some people argue if you're a first degree Mason, you're not a true Mason. I think that's bullshit. I don't care if you're first or third, you're a Mason. But some people say because LBJ was entered apprentice, it doesn't count. Hello, Rusty Nails. I don't know if highly overrated. I mean, I think his leadership during the Cuban Missile Crisis, the little I know of it, was pretty incredible. So Joe Biden, my favorite president. So again, my favorite president of my lifetime. So that is encompassing Ronald Reagan, George Bush Sr., Clinton Jr., Obama, Trump, and Biden. Part of it is because I do grade Biden on a curve because I think he came into office in modern times, one of the most challenging times in history, just after January 6th, just after you've got this crazy person trying to overthrow an election. I think his CHIP Act was incredible. His Infrastructure Act was incredible. His refusal to not support LGBTQ and not throw them, or refusal to throw them under the bus, which I think a lot of people wanted him to do. His general support for immigrants, again, not throwing them under the bus, although he should have hired way more judges to deal with the backlog in immigration cases. But Infrastructure Act and the CHIP Act and the Inflation Reduction Act are the three biggest things. And also getting at least some basic bipartisan efforts through at a time when I didn't think it was possible. Also, I mean, you know, it's a little thing, but it matters the way he talked, right? Like, again, not throwing people under the bus, not claiming immigrants are eating cats and dogs. I mean, I guess it's a low bar, but that stuff matters. He seemed like a decent and just nice person. And again, and also some of the stuff he did with COVID, sending out the stimulus checks and not demanding his name be put on them or any of that baloney. But I thought that was good of him. I mean, and look, I'm not going to pretend like there's nothing good that Trump ever did. The fact that the Artemis 2 mission happened under his term, I think, deserves a lot of respect because the Artemis 2 mission is a huge deal. Um, Operation Warp Speed to get the vaccines made in the first term is, I think, his crowning achievement. He passed a legislation called Right to Try, which I think is awesome. Which allowed basically, if you have to my understanding of it, I need to go more to details, but if you have a terminal disease and there's a drug that may work to cure you, but it's still at the testing phase, you're allowed to try it before it gets to the final stages and is approved because you may not have enough time to wait. And he also passed a bill that required transparency in hospital billing prices. So if you get, in the States, if you get a bill from the hospital for $10,000, you don't just get the bill, you actually get a list of how that cost was calculated. I thought that was really good as well. So he did a lot of, those are good things, but overall, I think the bad of him far, far outweighs the good. And I think he's a pretty terrible human being as well. Even a bad person can do some things right. Clinton was allowing drugs in Arkansas. I will. I mean, I didn't think Clinton was bad, but I don't know much about Arkansas. I mean, brother Michael Moore, I would believe it. It's funny how quickly we've kind of forgotten about, I think, COVID and what it was. It kind of feels like it was this time in our lives that everybody went through and nobody thinks about anymore. But I know I remember my mom had cancer during it. I remember the times when, like, she couldn't go to the hospital because of a backlog, or she had to go to the hospital by herself. My dad couldn't go in with her because of, visiting requirements. It was a really rough time. And I think within Freemasonry, one of the things I saw that I truly, truly appreciated genuinely was some of the work Freemasons did to support their brethren who were struggling from COVID. Like, I know brethren who got COVID, and Masons would deliver food and necessities to them, leave them on the front door, do phone calls, send messages, whatever else it might be. I thought that stuff was really good. Early on, deliver hand sanitizer to them. I know there were some Masonic lodges or Masonic buildings that were home of vaccination clinics, which I thought was really good as well. So they did a lot of really good stuff. Who are the ADMU basketball players? Inanna, but I mean, I'm sad when anybody dies. That sucks. What's the latest script? I don't have a script. I just talk about whatever I want. And in about 10 minutes, we're going to start on the main topics. This channel, though, is all about Freemasonry. So any thoughts you guys have on Freemasonry, let me know. Again, the first 60 minutes, though, I just hang out and chat about whatever. I don't have any specific talking points. I think it's better to just see what the people want to talk about and go from there. Jack, well, I would definitely disagree with you on that. I think that's a pretty crazy thing to say, but all right. I guess everybody gets their own opinions. Well, I think the reason we all act like it didn't happen is because that's just human nature. I mean, we all act like 1 year ago didn't happen. Like, when you think about it in your day-to-day life, how often do you talk about your life a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? It's unfortunately human nature. I mean, look back on any major event in history. Look back at World War II. By 1947, how many people were talking about World War II and what we went through as a society, at that time? Even in Germany, I bet you not a lot of people were. It's human nature to kind of forget. For better or worse, I think that's just the nature of people. We have very short attention spans, but also it's because life is busy, life is hard. Some of us are just trying to make it day by day. We don't have time to sit and contemplate what we went through 10, 25 years ago. Um, right? I think that's human nature. Well, but I mean, we talk about it more today than we did. My suspicion is that'll be true of COVID as well. Like 50 years from now, I bet you there'll be whole textbooks written about COVID. There'll be whole biographies of Fauci, Trump, Biden, all the people who were involved and, part of the decision-making process during COVID. There'll be entire chapters written about it in textbooks. It's too recent to be history, but too far away for us to actually be living through it. And that's that weird period of time where we just don't talk about it. I mean, that's even true of like a group of friends. Like if you become the newest friend in a friend group, and let's say the rest of the friends have been together for 5, 10 years, how often are they talking about what happened in their lives 10 years ago, 5 years ago? You just kind of day by day, moment by moment, you kind of live your life without looking back, for better or worse. Sometimes it's worse because we don't learn from the mistakes, but we're in that weird spot with COVID where it's too recent to be history, but too far away for us to be dealing with the most immediate effects of it. And so we're kind of in the phase where we don't talk about it. We don't have signs hidden in plain sight. We have signs that are available for anybody to see, including the square and compasses, the most well-known signs and symbols in Freemasonry. I don't think so. I mean, they say history is written by the winners. History is just written by the literate. So whoever can write about it will. And it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, we're living through a period where, like, we never had so much in time, moment by moment documentation by so many people of events as we had during COVID, right? And not just COVID, but during this war. I mean, imagine if during World War II, everybody had Twitter and everybody had Blue Sky and everybody had YouTube. How different history would be written if people were actually using primary sources of the most, normal, random human beings alive at that time. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens. Same thing with Freemasonry. Like, there's never been a time in history where Freemasons were like live tweeting about their visits to Masonic lodges or live tweeting about their visits to Masonic events or celebrations. It's just one of those things where it's a different time, and a different time is going to encompass a lot of different things, including a different way to view the world and a different way to write about history. I got a big nose, Mold E. Please hit like and subscribe. I would truly appreciate it. And thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. We're going to give it another 5 minutes. Then we're going to start talking about a lot of different things that I want to talk about. Maybe we'll start with the Gordie Howe Bridge, because I think that's important, as I'm a Freemason and a traveler. And so I want to be talking about both of those things, because travel is a very important part of what it means to be a Freemason, and this is going to make traveling for me a lot easier, or at least a lot less expensive. Right, and we as Freemasons need to be thinking about those things. How can we ensure that our costs for travel are relatively low? Because if we don't deal with that and ensure that's the case, we're going to be in trouble. But I would consider myself, in some ways, a professional traveler. I do think travel is an incredibly important part of what it means to be a Freemason. Let's give this another 5-10 minutes or so. And one more time, I had an incredible time back home in Winnipeg. I loved it. I've said it a million times. I consider myself, I think familiarity so often, and unfortunately, familiarity so often breeds Not contempt, but indifference. Because I was so familiar with Transcona and Winnipeg, I grew up there, I never really considered and thought about what a wonderful place it is. But it truly is a wonderful place, and I was grateful to be there and visit once again. And now that I don't live there anymore, I'm actually seeing, I think, more and more how wonderful of a place it is. So I think we don't ever want to let familiarity breed indifference. There's probably some really incredible and beautiful things available for you. And so, yeah, um, I hope that you guys will remember to look around your own neighborhood, your own community, your own places, and support them. Talk about them, talk them up. I gave the example before. One of my favorite Masonic memories was I was visiting a lodge in Chicago, and afterwards we went to this bar, and the brethren at the bar were talking about how much they loved Chicago, and that made me really happy to hear and really happy to see. If you're a Mason, you should love your community, you should love your city, you should love your state, your province, and you should love your country. Noodle, luckily Freemasonry is not a secret society, so I guess we're fine with that. Jack, I mean, so even in Canada, we don't have free healthcare, we have single payer healthcare. When I go to the doctor, even though I'm not charged, my taxes and my dad's taxes and everybody else's taxes go to cover the costs. But I think it's the right approach. I truly believe single payer system is the best system, without a doubt, for a variety of reasons, but primarily because it means I'm not sitting here freaking out about, what to do if I rupture an appendix or something. Because ultimately I can't control, well, I can take efforts and take steps to make myself as healthy as possible, as I should. And I think it's incumbent upon me in a single payer system to make myself as healthy as I can, or try my best to reduce the possible, prices or health effects. But there's also some things I simply cannot control. And because of that, I think it's incumbent upon me to do my best to or I think it's incumbent upon the country to provide a system where if the worst happens, I'm not scrambling to figure out how I'm going to pay to fix my broken arm. I can just go to the hospital, right? I don't have time, if I have a broken arm, to sit there and shop hospital to hospital or insurance company to insurance company. And right now, the insurance costs are through the roof. I was born 83, Inan. I was born 83. Yes, David, the least you can do is like or subscribe. Check out my other channels as well. I mean, if you have a job, and not every job pays for it, to my knowledge, whatever you say. I mean, I've known people who, in the States, who simply could not afford healthcare, or who choose not to have healthcare because their costs are so high, and instead what they say is, they will just take the risk, and if they get sick, they're going to just pay out of pocket, which could be 20, 30,000, who knows. But you could argue, is that fair, Jack? And also, to what extent does that then tie you to your job, right? Like, if the one way to have healthcare is to have your job, are you then basically tied to your job? It's going to make it much harder to quit if you're being abused or mistreated at your job, because not only do you lose your wage, you lose your healthcare as well. At least if you know your healthcare is taken care of, you're more likely to feel confident in negotiating for better salary. You're maybe more confident to quit and look for a new job, etc., etc. It can be both a firmament and a globe. I don't think the two are separate. Yeah, whatever you say. But to my understanding, what you very often see is if you can't afford to pay back your medical debt, first of all, it can go against your credit, which makes it more expensive to borrow money for other things you want to do. But also, to my knowledge, the treatment that you get, if it's, if you don't have the ability to pay for it, is not as good as those who can afford to pay. And as a consequence of that, it actually creates a more expensive system because you're given the bare minimum treatment with no preventative care. You're then kicked out of the hospital. Uh, and because you got the bare minimum, when you return, you're kind of back to the same spot you were before, right? Like, it's better to spend more money at the start. It's like an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You know, a penny of prevention is worth $1 for the treatment later on. And by the way, everybody who's joining us, please take a moment to hit like, hit subscribe. Jack, I mean, first of all, if you join the military, nothing but respect to you. That is an incredible, nothing but respect. Yesterday or Sunday was it? Yesterday or Sunday, actually. Sorry, Sunday was Canadian Armed Forces Day. So, nothing but respect. Competition, if more people... I mean, contradictional gamer, that is a good theory. But if the employer is big enough and it can afford to travel internationally, which I don't have anything against, by the way, I believe that goods and services should be free to travel across borders. What's to stop them from just going to Mexico where they don't have to provide healthcare and they can charge less wages? Which, again, I'm not opposed to, so long as in the country that they've left, there's healthcare options for those who are left behind. I mean, I would, whatever you say, I would double check on what it means to receive inferior treatment. So, for example, two people go in with a heart attack. Obviously, first of all, which hospital are they going to? My suspicion is no two hospitals have the same level of service. Some hospitals will have better equipment, more doctors, better facilities. They'll be cleaner depending on where they are and the money backing them. Other hospitals will have less of all of that. And so you could say, well, both received the same treatment in that they both got a hospital stay of 5 days. But what was the hospital where they were staying at? How clean was it? How many doctors were there looking after the patient? But also, you run into issues around, okay, what if one hospital has no beds available for aftercare? Do they get shipped out to another hospital? Do they go home? Like, it's a bit more complicated than that. Well, then, you don't have to stay ASMR, but please hit like and subscribe before you go. I would appreciate it. Theodore Roosevelt was a Freemason. So in some Masonic rituals, Northwest London man, we have a toast to the king and the craft. It's not part of our main ritual or emulation. It is part of our banquets and our toasts very often. So we do that. And I used to always at the end of every meeting have a toast, or I would say to the king and the craft, and then bang the gavel. But it's not really. It depends on the lodge. Most lodges also have a picture of King Charles up. If they've got one by now, we used to have a picture of Queen Elizabeth up. All right, we're gonna put you in a bit of a timeout. Don't be talking about other people in the chat. You can talk about me, but don't be talking about other people in the chat. All right. Yeah, tradition is a very important part of Freemasonry as well. A tradition is one of those things that's a very important part of life. All right, so let's talk about a few things because we're an hour in. First, though, I do want to take a moment to mention something that's personal to me and very important. Yes, he is, London man. If you know me, I love professional wrestling. I, in fact, am a professional wrestler, or at least a professional wrestling referee, I should say. Coming up on June 12th and June 13th here in Windsor, it is Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling. Their first ever, it's called Mayhem. It's their first ever TV tapings for TSN. It is the return of Canadian wrestling to the national stage on TSN. The MLP Mayhem TSN tapings are this Friday and Saturday in Windsor, Ontario at St. Clair College. I've shared on my accounts, my personal accounts, the Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling TSN YouTube trailer. It looks incredible. I'm not sure right now if there's still tickets available or not, to be honest. Let me just double check. Oh, looks like if you go to the website, you can still purchase tickets. My suspicion is they're going to get sold out in the next couple of days because Windsor loves to support pro wrestling, especially Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling. Tickets for both events starting at $30. If you get the chance, check it out. It's going to be incredible. It's at St. Clair College. It's going to be absolute blast. I can't wait for it. Nothing but respect. People don't realize that, but there's been a few famous professional wrestler Freemasons throughout the years, including Harley Race, one of the greatest of all time. So, that's good, Inan. Thank you for taking mental notes. So you can see behind me, Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling. It's gonna be a heck of an event. I'm very proud and look forward to being a part of it. I think it's gonna be awesome. Next, I did want to mention, if you guys don't know, I am a huge fan of The Bear. The Bear is coming out season 5, June 25th. I may try to do a watch along of the show on my personal YouTube channel. I think there's some interesting Masonic connections I can make between that and The Bear and Freemasonry. I think it might be worth checking out and exploring. So, yes, Northwest, I love The Bear. And I've actually written about the way The Bear ties into Freemasonry. Northwest London Man, if you get the chance, I hope, Northwest London Man, you'll follow me on Medium as well. Let me get the article and I'll share it with you before I go on. Let me see. I'm just going to see if I can pull it up. Dun, dun, dun. I mean, I'm not a big believer in using any substances to increase lucidity unless they're prescribed by a doctor. That includes non-prescription substances. Dun, dun, dun. Here it is. Unreasonable Freemasonry is what it's called. Let me just get the link. And leave it in the chat in 1 second. Contradiction, I think so long as you're being extra careful and relying on doctor's advice as well. I just want to put this in the chat for Northwest London Man. I wrote 2 articles about Freemasonry and the Bear, Unreasonable Freemasonry and Unreasonable Freemasonry, Part 2. Comes from Unreasonable Hospitality, which is a book that's important to it. Here it is here. Medium.com/technical excellence, unreasonable Freemasonry. So Northwest London Man, if you follow that link, copy and paste it, you should find the article. I hope that you will follow me on Medium. It's free to do. And you'll see the link. There's 2 articles, Unreasonable Freemasonry and Unreasonable Freemasonry Part 2. You'll learn about the connections. It was not so much connections as lessons that one can take from the show and apply to Freemasonry. And I am trying to grow my Medium channel as well. So help a brother out. All right, next. I did want to talk about and mention the Gordie Howe International Bridge, which connects Windsor to Detroit, Michigan to Ontario, and Canada to the United States. Let me switch up the green screen for just a moment. If I could find it now. Or did I take a picture of it? Oh, here it is. You can see Prime Minister Carney confirms Trump delayed Gordie Howe Bridge will open this week. This article was published today, June 9th at 9:35 Eastern on CBC. We don't know for sure. I want to be very clear. Until it opens, it hasn't opened yet, and we don't know for sure what will happen. But I'm keeping my fingers crossed that it will open. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't, Noodle Naka. If you want to find out what the rituals and ceremonies are to Freemasonry, you got to join. I mean, yeah, but Canadians are a lot tougher than you think, and that's a really silly way to approach life. That's kind of like saying everybody that you could beat up, but you choose not to, owes you a debt of gratitude for choosing not to attack, for you choosing not to attack. You still have responsibility, regardless of how big or powerful you are, to act in a manner that is kind and respectful. And if you're not, it's not a reflection, or the people don't owe you a thanks for not doing it, right? That's just a silly way to look at life. So, Prime Minister Mark Carney said Tuesday, that's today, that the Gordie Howe International Bridge, poised to connect Ontario and Michigan, will open at the end of the week. But a statement from the White House is raising questions about whether that will actually happen. Speaking briefly to reporters on his way to a cabinet meeting on Parliament Hill, Carney said the planned opening of this multi-billion-dollar bridge, paid for entirely by Canadian taxpayers, is positive news. Right now, the Gordie Howe Bridge and its opening. As a Freemason, I travel to the States all the time, primarily through Detroit. So I'm very often entering the States. Right now, it costs me $38 round trip to enter and leave the United States. With this bridge, it will be free because I can just wheel across and then catch a bus. It also provides another option for Canadians to travel to and from the United States, which is incredibly important, not just for our economies, but for us within Freemasonry and our ability to travel, and my ability to travel and visit, for example, the Detroit Masonic Temple, one of the legitimately greatest Masonic buildings in the world and the biggest Masonic building in the world. Thank you, Michael Moore. Speaking briefly to reporters on his way to a cabinet meeting on Parliament Hill, Carney said the planned opening of this multi-billion-dollar bridge, paid for entirely by the Canadian taxpayers, positive news. Carney called the opening a symbol but also a fact of cooperation between our countries. Great for Canadians going across the border. No, Noodle Knocker, but you are a member of this channel thanks to Michael Moore, and thank you, Michael Moore. Carney did not specify when travel will start to roll over the bridge, which will allow for an uninterrupted flow of people and goods from Highway 401 on the Canadian side to Interstate 75 in the U.S., bypassing other congested crossings. Later Tuesday, when asked about the bridge opening, a White House official told CBC News that the president's position on the Gordie Howe Bridge has not changed. The administration remains committed to securing the best possible deal for the American people. A possible reference to U.S. President Donald Trump's demands that the country immediately get a cut of bridge tolls collected from a project it spent nothing on building. So the whole point was that we spend all the money up front, we as in Canadians, and then secure our money back by getting 100% of the bridge tolls. The federal government paid $6.4 billion approximately to build the Windsor-Detroit Bridge. It was constructed by Canadian and American workers using steel from both countries. And and it is owned by both Canada and Michigan. In terms of who owns the bridge, there is the Canadian-Michigan Crossing Agreement signed between the two jurisdictions in 2012, guarantees joint bi-national ownership, despite Canada paying upfront costs associated with the construction. The Windsor-Detroit Bridge Authority, which will be responsible for operating the bridge, is a Canadian Crown corporation. The international authority, which is composed of an equal number of representatives from Canada and Michigan, has oversight over the bridge. Canada is set to collect all of the toll money to recoup the costs of paying for a bridge without any U.S. financial assistance. After Canada has recovered the construction costs it shouldered alone, Michigan will be eligible to receive 50% of net toll revenues. According to Ontario government data, the project has supported 12,670 jobs in Michigan, with more than 8,800 American laborers and tradespeople doing work on the U.S. components of the 2.5-kilometer bridge. 2.5 kilometers, so basically it'll take me about 25-30 minutes to wheel across it. But to my understanding, the pedestrian bridge or the pedestrian crossing that's attached to the bridge will be completely free, no tolls, no nothing like that, which is going to be saving me a total of $38 both ways. I bring this up because I've said this a million times. You cannot separate the success of Freemasonry or the conditions of Freemasonry from the conditions of the country in which it's located. That includes political, economic, whatever else it might be, conditions. These things matter. Having a bridge from Canada to the United States, it'll make it, another bridge, I should say, will make it easier for our Masonic brethren to travel between Canada and the United States. It will make it easier for Detroit brethren to visit Windsor and Windsor brethren to visit Detroit. It will also likely make it less expensive. It'll certainly make it less expensive for me to travel back and forth between the two. It's going to be really special and really fun and really enjoyable once it opens up. And believe me, as soon as it opens up, I'm going to be live streaming myself crossing the bridge. I'm going to be live streaming myself on both this channel and my personal channel, youtube.com/Cameron Adamson. Whatever you say, I think the president can take it, and I think a lot of people are not a big fan of his, including myself. I don't think it's being disrespectful. I think it's just completely fair criticism. If anything, I've probably been more disrespectful to Trump than Michael is. You can wait if you want. Canadians are a lot tougher than you think. Really, whatever you say. I did not know that. So you're going to be like a bridge troll and have a demand some type of answer questions in order to get your to let us cross the bridge. So the other thing I wanted to talk about, and this I think is really important, and it is really important that we think about this as Freemasons. Obviously, Freemasonry, and I've talked about this a lot, Freemasonry is not exclusively a fraternity, despite what some people will argue. There's the Order of Women Freemasons, there's Eastern Star, there's Rainbow. However, the majority, thank you, David Solomon, the majority of Freemasonry is without a doubt a fraternity. That is kind of how it started primarily. And certainly the majority of Freemasonry is the fraternal aspects of it. For that reason, I think men's mental health is incredibly important. And commenting on, celebrating, observing, pick your term, Men's Mental Health Month is something we should all do as Freemasons. Now, I know that it is Men's Mental Health Month in Canada. I do not know if it's also Men's Mental Health Month in um, the United States or internationally, but it is Men's Mental Health Month in Canada. Now, I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to use, let's describe it as some interesting language because the algorithm can be challenging. But I do want to go through these stats. And then, as part of these stats, I do want to talk about some of the things that we in Freemasonry can do to deal with these statistics in a positive way. I mean, I am not the occult. I can't think of anything less occult than being on YouTube. You can watch. I mean, part of this also is in the same way I'll talk about Women's Mental Health Month or Women's Mental Health, like we as Freemasons, so if the fraternal side of Freemasonry and men in general should care about women's mental health and women should care about men's mental health. Both are equally important and equally matter. A society in which approximately 50% of the population, actually I think in terms of men versus women, it's in the States, it's 49-51, 49% men, 51% women. But a society in which approximately 50% of the population are struggling with mental health is not going to be a healthy society. And that's not to say, look, everybody is going to struggle with mental health for obvious reasons. It's human nature. We're all existing on this world. To be alive means you're going to go through some stuff. But we have a responsibility within Freemasonry, because we're in a privileged position, to try and help make things better as much as we can for the world and for our fellow men. I'm not a demon either, the adventures, but I don't believe in demons personally, but hey, we all believe our own things. So this actually are some statistics from Mentel Health. That's MENTELL Health. This was a 2026 update. This was actually released April 29th, 2026. The numbers are sourced from Statistics Canada, the Public Health Agency of Canada, the Mental Health Commission of Canada, and Canadian Mental Health Association. There's also a 2025 Canadian Men's Mental Health Study, or Men's Health Study. Skits King, have you considered hitting the like button and the subscribe button first and foremost? Second, I tried to grow it out, but my hair is so messy. It doesn't grow down, it just grows like this, and I can't get it to fall down. It drives me crazy. So yes, but I'd just be too lazy to take care of it well. So approximately 4,000 Canadians died by their own hand each year, per the Mental Health Commission of Canada and the Public Health Association of Canada. Roughly 75% of those 4,000, so roughly 3,000, were men, per Statistics Canada. Men make up the majority of Canadian deaths by their own hand for over 4 decades. Nearly 2 in 3 Canadian men never used mental health services, per the Canadian Men's Health Foundation. Now, I want to touch on that in a second and go back to that and what that means. 64% of Canadian men report moderate to high stress, per that same study. 1 in 5 Canadians personally experience a mental health problem in any given year, so 20%, per the Canadian Mental Health Association. And that could mean, for example, every single year, that same 20% is experiencing a different mental health problem, which has a compounding effect, right? Maybe you can handle a mental health problem in 1 year, but if every year you have a new mental health problem, or the same mental health problem persists and grows, that's going to become incredibly stressful. Men aged 40 to 59 are amongst the highest age-specific self-harm rates in Canada. And suicide, suicide is the second leading cause of death for Canadians aged 15 to 34. The same study found that men who value strength. Now, what does it mean to value strength? And we're going to talk about that in a second. Because I would value strength, but I think that the term valuing strength means different things. And we're going to talk about what it means, or at least what I think it means to value strength. Men who value strength are more likely to deny, conceal, and self-isolate rather than reach out for professional support. The Mental Health Commission of Canada has tracked the help-seeking gap for over a decade, and it remains one of the most stubborn divides in Canadian mental health. So, I do want to go through a couple of different things. First of all, nearly 2 in 3 Canadian men have never used mental health services. That means even though men are, about approximately 3,000 men every year are passing away, dying of their own hand, even though 64% of Canadian men report moderate to high stress, and even though 20% of Canadians are experiencing mental health problems in any given year, and even though men aged 40 to 59 are among the highest age-specific self-harm rates, and that self-harm is the second leading cause of death for Canadians aged 15 to 34. Despite all of those stats, nearly 2 in 3 Canadian men have never used a mental health service. I would want to know more about what does it mean, like how do they define mental health services? Because, for example, if you are struggling, make sure, and some places you can call is 988. That is a toll-free number. You can call it or text it. It's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in Canada, also in the United States. You can both call it or text it, and it is both English and French. And they can help you if you are experiencing thoughts of harming yourself. At any given point in time, right? That's a mental health service. Now, it's not the type of mental health service you need to check in for. It's not like going to the emergency room or mental health service. It can be completely anonymous. But I would consider that a mental health service. If you are Indigenous or First Nations, which do face significantly higher self-harm rates than the national average, per the Indigenous Services Canada, there is the Hope for Wellness helpline at 1-855-242-3310, which offers culturally safe support, free 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's also, we need to keep in mind, veterans, first responders, and public safety. Are you a police officer, a firefighter, a veteran? Research from the Canadian Institute for Public Safety Research and Treatment documents elevated rates of post-traumatic stress and operational stress injuries amongst Canadian first responders compared to the general population. You need to keep that in mind for PTSD awareness. It is still the case, I believe, based on everything I've seen, that first responders, firefighters, police, veterans, correctional officers are more likely to be male than female. June is widely recognized as Canada's month for men's health, with mental health as central focus. Mentell, Mentell, observes Men's Mental Health Month from June 1st to June 30th, and Men's Mental Health Week from June 9th to 15th, Men's Mental Health Awareness Day on June 13th, and National PTS Awareness Day on June 27th. The Be the Flare campaign runs all month. Hashtag Be the Flare. So, first thing, I think every Freemason, especially if you're going to be the worshipful master, the secretary, or the treasurer, should call or should take psychological first aid training designed to give you the tools to help a brother or anyone struggling with a mental health crisis. Now, that could be men, that could be women. However, for Men's Mental Health Week, obviously we're thinking about our Masonic brethren who may be struggling. Also, check out Mental Health. Check out a variety of different resources. Check out these statistics. Consider doing a report in your lodge, like doing a discussion, a talk in your lodge about men's mental health. You'll probably be presenting to just men or exclusively men at that point. The thing to keep in mind is male symptoms of anxiety, depression, stress can look different. Depression and anxiety in men often show up as anger, withdrawal, irritability, or risk-taking, not the textbook sad on the couch picture. Add to that, the Canadians Men's Health Foundation found that nearly 2 in 3 Canadian men have never used mental health services. So 8 signs to watch for, and this is something you can watch for with your Masonic brethren. The fine reflex. Every conversation is the same brick wall. He is fine, always fine. Fine when he lost contact, fine when his dad got sick, fine when he has not slept properly in 2 weeks. Don't just take fine as being the be all end all. Now, it might be that the brother doesn't want to talk anymore if you think he's struggling, and that's perfectly fine. He has the right not to talk. But that doesn't mean that you just walk away. What you can say is, all right, if you do want to talk, if you are struggling, I'm here for you. Sleep is off. Either he cannot fall asleep, cannot stay asleep, or cannot get out of bed. Sleep is one of the first things mental health takes and one of the last things to come back. I've talked about this a lot. We in Freemasonry need to be getting a good night's sleep. If we see a brother who's always tired, who's not getting enough sleep or getting way too much sleep, maybe have a chat with him. Drinking, using substances of any point or screens are creeping up. If you start to see a person drinking way more than they should, becoming problematic with any substance use, or spending more time on screens, less time face to face, that's a big deal. Anger out of proportion, snapping, road rage. Very often anger is one of the few emotions men have been given permission to express, so a lot of underlying stuff comes out. He's gone quiet, not posting, not texting back, canceling plans he used to look forward to. Withdrawal is one of the loudest signals, even though it looks like nothing. Body before mind, headaches, stomach issues, chronic back tightness, unexplained weight changes. Per CMHA, mental health often shows up in the body first because that is one of the places that men let those things land. Talking about being a burden and sudden calm after the hard stretch. What to do when you see those signs? And again, this is just a general example. Taking psychological first aid training as well as physical first aid to maybe look at some of these physical symptoms. Maybe stress and depression can even lead to somebody having a heart attack or a stroke. Do you know how to deal with the physical as well as the mental in your lodge is really important. So ask plainly, are you okay? Do not advise, invite. So within Freemasonry, I think very often we want to fix problems that we see men struggling with. Just advise them or invite them to talk. Maybe they're not looking for advice. Maybe they are simply looking for somebody to talk to. Or maybe even if they're not interested in talking, just the invitation is important. Hand him a door. Basically what that means is hand him some resources. I think every Mason should know about these resources and be able to give them to a brother if someone is struggling. First and foremost, 988, free 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, English and French. You can call or text. Hope for Wellness Helpline, 1-855-242-3310. That's for Indigenous people. Indigenous and First Nations. Heads Up Guys, a men specific clinical directory, and the Canadian Men's Health Foundation Toolkit. Men's Health Foundation. You know, what ultimately you learn about in psychological first aid training, which I have taken in the past, and I'm grateful to have taken, is, unlike even, psychological first aid, it's not about quote unquote fixing the problem, because it's not your position to, or your responsibility to fix somebody else, their mental health or otherwise, and nor should it be. It's about knowing the resources, knowing the services, and knowing the places that a brother can go or anybody can go to get help if they need it. And knowing how to talk to them, and how to approach them in such a way that you're giving, not giving advice or telling them what to do, but leaving the door open so they know that you have some resources, information that they may benefit from if they so choose. And it's also about giving you the confidence to know that ultimately, if someone is struggling, and heaven forbid, if someone is thinking about self harm, you're not going to make it worse by asking them the question and by being there for them if they need it. I think a lot of times, one thing that holds people back is they feel like, if I ask this question, are they thinking about self-harming? Will that, put the idea into their mind or something to that effect? I think the beautiful thing about taking that first aid, psychological first aid ceremonies, is you recognize and feel like you understand, and you're confident knowing that you can approach them and talk to them and it's going to be okay. That's also why I think, again, I've said this a million times, for Men's Mental Health Month, but for every month, we within Freemasonry, especially our secretaries and masters, should have psychological first aid training, physical first aid training to deal with physical manifestations of these things, but also, again, just have the list of resources. We should know these phone numbers. We should know 988. We should know 211, 311. We should know where the closest emergency rooms are if we, hear from a brother who's struggling physically and needs to get to a hospital immediately, or even mentally and needs to check in for mental health care. Maybe needs more than what we can provide, right? We should know where local food banks are. If a brother is struggling, maybe a brother loses his home, do we have a list of places he can go and couches he can sleep on? And do we know which places are available for those who may be struggling with, mobility issues? Things of that nature. It's really, really important. Now, something else I read, and I want to share this. Maybe I'll see if I can put it on the green screen. I mean, humbling yourself is important, but I think sometimes what humbling means is humbling ourselves to ourselves as well. Being humble in the sense that we can't do it all alone. We can't make ourselves feel better all by ourselves, and that's okay. Sometimes it's up to us to recognize and be humble enough to realize and understand that using our strength, using our true strength, is about supporting and helping other people. Or using other people to help us. I'm going to see if I can find this now. Here it is. Sorry, let me just pull this up. One of the things I saw that I thought was really interesting, guys in the chat need to calm down. You're going to find yourself being both put in timeout. All right, we're going to put Enon in a bit of a timeout because you need to calm down. And Modern Warfare, going to put you in a timeout for a couple minutes as well. I think you both need to calm down for a little bit. So, I found this a really interesting quote, and I thought it's worth exploring. Um, the same study that found that men are reporting high degrees of stress, and 2 in 3 Canadian men have never used mental health services. The same study found that men who value strength are more likely to deny, conceal, and self isolate rather than reach out for professional support. And I wanted to say, what does it mean to value strength, and what is strength? And I think this applies to Freemasonry. One of my favorite quotes ever came from, or favorite stories, I should say. It was, and I forget the parable, I think it's an Indian parable, like from India, if I recall correctly. But it was about a young boy who goes and he tries to pick up and he tries to move a big stone, or a very big, very heavy stone, out of the road. And he's not able to do so. And he goes back to his mom and he says to his mom, Mother, I tried to move this big, heavy stone, but I wasn't able to. And the mom says, well, what did you try to do? And the boy says, well, I tried to lift it, and I used all of my strength to try and lift the stone. And the mom said, well, did you ask me for help? And the child says, no, I didn't ask you for help. And the mom says, well, then you didn't use all of your strength. This idea of valuing strength, what it really says is men who value their own personal strength, or think their own personal strength is all that matters, are less likely to seek help and are more likely to deny, conceal, and self-isolate rather than reach out for professional support. And the point of that is, part of being a Freemason is my strength is my brother's strength, and my brother's strength is my strength. We have a responsibility, all of us, to recognize that, it is not a sign of a lack of strength to ask for help. In fact, it is a sign of strength, both the personal strength of admitting you need help, of humbling yourself, and by humbling yourself, asking others for help, which is a sign of strength, to be able to be humble. But it's also a sign of we're not using all of our strength. If we truly value strength, we would value our strength, and we would value the strength of our brethren, and we'd value the strength of those around us. Going to a brother and saying, I think I need help, how can you assist me? Ultimately, that is not anything other than a sign of strength. So we need to keep that in mind. Brotherhood builds the world. It does. And Alcatraz, I agree with that. Again, my strength is my brother's strength. My brother's strength is my strength. Both of it is equally important. Both of it equally matters and is equally necessary. So we need to keep all of these things in mind as much as possible. I would say optimum condition, David Solomon, is taking the time to talk to your brothers, taking the time to talk to your friends, taking the time to call 988-211-311 if you need it. Each one provides a different benefit and a different value, but each one is nonetheless incredibly valuable. Now, something else I want to talk about, and I did share this on X. Please follow me on X, by the way. If I can find it now. Oops, I have it up here. So this was a news release released on June 2nd from Health Canada. And this is something I did not know about until I saw this report, which is unfortunate. If I'd known about it, I would have taken part in the initiative that's referenced here. As Men's Mental Health Month begins, Canada advances work on first men and boys health strategy. By the way, we talk about men's mental health. Freemasonry has a youth group for young men or boys called DMOLA. We should care about their mental health as well. June is Men's Mental Health Month, a time dedicated to raising awareness, promoting prevention, and improving the health and well being of men and boys. The Honorable Marjorie Mitchell, Minister of Health, is kicking off the month by marking the completion of Canada's national engagement process that will help inform Canada's first men and boys health strategy to be released fall of 2026. Over the past several months, the Government of Canada engaged with people across the country to better understand the factors that shape health and well being of men and boys, including mental health, physical health, social connection, employment, education, and other social determinants of health. Again, mental health and well being cannot be treated in a vacuum. We need to also think about the mental health, physical health, social connection, Freemasonry, employment, education, and other social determinants of health. Input was gathered through an online questionnaire, roundtable discussions led by Minister Mitchell, written submissions from organizations and experts, stakeholder led regional roundtables, parliamentarian-led discussions with constituents, and dialogue with federal, provincial, and territorial and international partners. One thing I really wish is if we had spent more time, I'm really curious if any Masonic groups or organizations took part in either the online questionnaires, the roundtable discussions, the written submissions, the organizations, the experts, the stakeholder-led regional roundtables, the parliamentarian-led discussions, or dialogue and territorial partners. I think Masonic lodges and Masonic buildings would probably have a lot of input that they could provide on the topic of men's mental health, what they're seeing in their lodges from men, what they're seeing in their DMLA groups from DMLA, right? All of that stuff strikes me as being incredibly important and stuff that we within Freemasonry should be considering and trying to support. So I'd be really curious to know if any groups did get involved in that or did provide input to that. I think it'd be worth exploring. I hope we did. The Honorable Marjorie Mitchell, the Honorable Marjorie Michelle, Minister of Health, stated, "Thank you to everyone who took part in this important national conversation. Canadians shared honest and thoughtful perspectives, lived experiences, and practical ideas that will shape Canada's first men and boys health strategy. Their contributions have reinforced the importance of creating supportive environments where men and boys can thrive, seek help when they need it, and achieve their full potential. By working together, we can improve health outcomes, strengthen families and communities, and build a healthier and stronger Canada." And then Kenston Bonston, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Canadian Men's Health Foundation, said, "The completion of this consultation process marks an important milestone in recognizing the unique health challenges facing men and boys across Canada. We commend the Minister and her team for engaging Canadians, health experts, community organizations, and people with lived experiences in shaping what we hope will become a meaningful and lasting strategy. The Canadian Men's Health Foundation looks forward to continuing to work with the Government of Canada and partners across the country to ensure the final strategy leads to measurable improvements in physical and mental health of men and boys, resulting in stronger families and healthier communities. We believe in a world where no one should feel alone. Within Freemasonry, no one should feel alone as well." I have heard of the rapper Apathy. I think I follow him on Instagram. And yes, many of his songs do reference Freemasonry, which I think is awesome to see. I'd like to actually have him on the podcast at some point, if I could. I really would like to see more about what happened with this national conversation, if any Freemasons responded. The national conversation was launched February 23rd, 2026, and kickstarted a 3-month process to gather insights from Canadians. As part of the engagement process, over 5,000 individuals completed the online survey. I wish I knew how many of those 5,000 were Freemasons. I'm hoping at least a few. And hundreds of others provided input through roundtable or written submissions. Together, these perspectives will help shape the federal strategy. The Government of Canada is working with Movember Canada as an independent convening partner to engage relevant sector experts, leaders, academics, and stakeholders in informing the development of the federal men and boys health strategy. Improving men's health in Canada could save $12.4 billion annually, with billions more in increased productivity, according to Movember Canada's 2025 study on the real face of men's mental health. Canada will become one of the first countries to publish a men's health strategy, with Australia, UK, Ireland, South Africa, Malaysia, and Brazil. I assure you, I will be checking out that study as soon as it comes out. There's also a Real Face of Men's Health Report 2025. It is 69 pages, so there's a lot to review. It came out in November. We do not have a Masonic anthem, but there is a lot of Masonic music out there, absolutely. It'd be fun to go through and study it at some point and review what the different Masonic pieces of music are. I mean, one of the greatest examples of it, obviously, is Mozart. But Robbie Burns did a few pieces of poetry that became songs, that became Masonic songs as well. Auld Lang Syne is Masonic, absolutely. That's a really cool example and a really cool thing to reference. It'd be fun to actually go through a report on that. I'm going to be talking more in a second, but I've reached that point of the stream where I really need to go to the washroom. So I'll be back in 2 seconds. I am doing well, Minotaur. Hope you're doing well also. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. I'll be back in a moment. I hope, though, that you are doing well, and thank you for being here. Got to go to the washroom like crazy. So give me 2 moments. Let's put this on. Actually, I'm going to do while I'm away, because I want to put this back on the chat. Sorry, back on the green screen once again. If I'm going to be going to the washroom, give some people something good to look at. Let's see. Here it is. Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling, happening June 12th and June 13th. Professional wrestling helps my mental health. All right, be back in a moment. One thing I am thinking of doing, wow, it's really raining right now, is, which we need it. So I know that's an old person thing to say. I may do not a full 24-hour stream because that I'm still recovering from my trip, which I loved, but it was an all-night bus ride, etc., etc. Is it might be kind of fun or different to do a bit of a longer stream today, but also maybe show more of the outside, which I love to do, like the view from my window. I love showing off these views when I can, especially because it's a storm and I love storms, but also we have got the festival and the fair starting. And if you know me, you know I love fairs, I love festivals. Might be worth showing that off. We've got a lot of stuff to do today. Um, there's a graduation happening at the Windsor Masonic Temple for the Learning Center, which I love. Learning Center is absolutely and without question one of the greatest things that Freemasonry does. It's primarily organized through Scottish Rite Freemasonry, but there are several learning centers here in Canada as well as in London, or sorry, as well as in the United States. The very first learning center in Canada was in London, Ontario. A lot of people don't realize that. But let's give it a bit of time and let's wait to see who joins. What is a funk anthem? And let's give it some time and let's see who joins. I can only imagine what that was like, Jack. You mean like the whatever it's called? I forget but I've heard they do that, like tear gas, so you're able to handle it if there starts to be, shall we say, if they use tear gas to attack you. Because I've heard of that type of training. I can only imagine how, I don't even know how challenging that is. But I'm sure it's quite challenging. So we're going to give it some time, wait to see who joins. I hope you guys enjoyed hearing about men's mental health. I am definitely going to be contacting, I got to go back and find it now. Health Canada and learn more about this health strategy, which is going to be released in fall of 2026, but also the way people participated in it, the submissions that people received, and I'm hoping that maybe some Freemasons submitted some stuff as well. And if not, I think that was us dropping the ball. But it's not too late to try once again, right? I think that's the beautiful thing about Freemasonry. Maybe it's not too late, and maybe it's worth us considering how we can submit after the fact. So something to consider, I think. And Jack, as a Marine, we taught this before, service members, first of all, nothing but respect for your service, I can only imagine. Also, there can be issues surrounding PTSD, mental health struggles. I hope that if you are having those struggles, you are getting help as much as you possibly can be. I don't know what the services are in the States as much, but I know 988 is available. And I'm sure there's veteran-specific services as well. So I hope you'll check those out also. We're going to give it a bit more time. We're just going to hang out, wait to see who joins. I'm going to see about creating a... It's not, and that's why I think Freemasonry is so important. I think one of the things that we mistake, we might get dark here in just 1 second. Let me just... That looks okay. I want to try to set something up while I can. I think we in Freemasonry can sometimes forget that we do have a role to play in mental health for a membership, and talking about those things and being there for our brethren. I think that can be incredibly important and incredibly helpful. So let's keep those in mind and let's be there for our brethren. Let's take psychological first aid training. Let's know the resources that are available and how to make sure that our brethren can access them if they need to. Hello, Darkness Night. How's it going? Thank you for being here. I'm just trying to see if I can create a charging station for my phone using this empty cup. But I think it might work. This is exciting. As someone who is always running into this problem of trying to charge my phone while I'm streaming and failing. Oh, there we go. I'm going to try this and see if it works. And whenever I buy one, it never works well. It always drives me crazy. Oh. I think we're good. If this falls, I assure you, I've done my best. But at least we got a charging station now set up. How does it look? Angle good? Look better? Look worse? By the way, Jack, you mentioned you were in the Marine Corps. I will say, one really interesting fact about Freemasonry that I think we are sometimes forgetting, or really interesting fact a lot of people don't know about, I should say, is there is still a lot of Masonic lodges that exist on military bases around the world, especially in the Middle East. So I hope we'll keep that in mind. Kuwait, and right now, unfortunately, with what's happening in the Middle East with the recent attack on the Apache helicopter, obviously we should be thinking about everybody who might be in harm's way, but including my Masonic brethren especially. I am thinking about them and hoping that they're going to be okay, because there is, to my knowledge, a Masonic military base, there is a Masonic lodge in the military bases in Kuwait and in Dubai. So both Prince Hall, if I recall correctly. Behind me is a picture from the Philadelphia Masonic Temple. That's Ben Franklin. His head has been cut off. The Philadelphia Masonic Temple. Actually, let me share this as well, because this is a cool story. Let me see if I can pull it up. Recently had a really cool event take place celebrating its history. So and I love celebrating our Masonic buildings. I think we don't do it near enough. Let's see if I can find it. Wow, it is really coming down out there as well. I'll say that. Dun, dun, dun. Here it is. This is from the Masonic Temple in Philadelphia. If visiting all 67 National Historic Landmarks of Philadelphia is on your bucket list, which it should be, the Global Philadelphia Association just made it easier. Their new National Historic Landmark map features each landmark in the city, including the Masonic Temple in Philadelphia, a National Historic Landmark since 1985. It was revealed at May's World Heritage Month closing reception hosted in the temple's Grand Ballroom behind me. They have a really cool flip book where you can actually find the map. Let me see if I can find it. Oops. I should plug in. So I'm going to share that at some point, but you can see all the different landmarks in the flip book. Nothing but respect to, let me get it one more time, the Global Philadelphia Association for celebrating the Masonic Temple of Philadelphia. Honestly, when you talk about Masonic gems, like our buildings as Masonic gems, without question, the Philadelphia Masonic Temple needs to be up there, needs to be on there. It's one of the coolest. and most amazing places in the world, both for Freemasonry, for architecture, and for historical landmarks. So, um, as it should be, Jack. It is an absolutely, it is beautiful and it is significant. So, it should be both of those things and more. So, I hope more people will check it out. Actually, maybe when I do another one of these streams, I will actually share that flip book, or I'll share it on my social media account for sure. Yes, it is Crunch Daniel, and you know it is. So stop being a troll. Maybe we'll go back to see what else we can do green screen wise. Today was a 4 coffee day, so let's put this on the green screen for a little while. It's how much I care about coffee. Is had 4 whole coffees today, and that's just the start. I had actually 5 or 6. Traveling all night, bit harder for me to do than I used to. So let's give it some time. Let's wait to see how we do. I hope you guys are doing well. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, let me know. We're just going to chill out, hang out, wait to see who joins. I needed it at Modern Warfare. I took an all-night bus to get here from Toronto after flying back in. So believe me, it was very important. Very well worth it because I love coffee, but very necessary as well. We're going to wait to see what's going on. We're going to wait to see what happens with Iran. I think a lot of people are on the edge of their seats right now, considering the danger of... I think a lot of people are concerned about what does it mean to respond to the downing of the U.S. Apache helicopter. All I see right now is Trump vows U.S. response after seeing Iran shot down helicopter. The response is going to affect Freemasonry, especially if it causes prices to go up, but also many Masons who may be in harm's way. Jack, if you love going to different airports, then please check out my personal channel, youtube.com/Cameron Adamson. I have videos from a ton of different airports I've been to. I consider myself a professional traveler. A big part of professional travel is these different airports. And yeah, I'm grateful to all of them. I've said it a million times, I'm grateful to everybody who's part of, part of making these airports run. That is the pilots, that is the flight attendants, that is the ground crew, the baggage handlers, that is the gate agents, that is the custodians, and that is the janitors that keep these airports clean and functioning, that is the mechanics who work on the planes, who work on the airports themselves and make the airports run. You think about the mechanical features of airports, everything from making sure the elevators work to the automatic doors. That includes customs agents, that includes security. And me as a Freemason, one thing I take great pride in is trying to travel in such a way that I limit, how much of a headache I'm given to the staff. It's already really hard to do. So knowing things like how to get into countries, what are my requirements, those things matter. And I'm grateful that I'm able to be part of it. Or I'm grateful I'm able to travel, and in doing so, help those around me travel. Help the staff at airports, not cause them any more headaches than is needed. Yes, Modern Warfare, it is true. So that is absolutely the case. That is 100% how Freemasonry started. It started as a stonemasons trade guild, and then evolved into a Masonic social club. General George Washington was 100% a Master Mason. That is also true. Though at the time, interestingly enough, he was considered clandestine by the British during the Revolution. Um, well, I'm still in Windsor. I'm back home. Behind me is my four coffees I had this morning in the casino. I needed coffee this morning very badly, so I was lucky to get, those four coffees. It was necessary, believe me. Um, Tonight I'll probably be going to the Masonic Temple. We have a graduation ceremony for the Scottish Rite Learning Center. Although there's an event happening at the casino I may try to get back to as well. So yeah. But believe me, that coffee was absolutely necessary this morning. I needed it. I can assure you of that. We're going to give it a bit more time, wait to see who joins. As always, I'm just going to hang out. I'm going to do a longer stream. And I've been lucky, I've been doing so much traveling. I did not really get the chance to be streaming as much as I maybe would have liked to. So hopefully, I can use this as an opportunity to change that. Although I will say I have been doing way more um, content on social media platforms, including but not limited to X. So um, I have Minotaur, and if you're referring to the plaque that has the Masonic symbols on it or the cornerstone, I loved it. I thought it was awesome. I will say this, one of the best things about that plaque by a mile is the fact that they actually had on the plaque a raised platform, and that platform included Braille. One thing I've seen is in most of our Masonic plaques, it's unfortunate, but we don't have Braille, and that drives me crazy. So I thought that was, including in my Masonic building. Now we've added more Braille signage, but not as much as we should. But I still think I love seeing accessibility considered when it comes to everything, and that includes commemorative plaques. Again, it's one of those things where if you have it, you can show a blind or hard of seeing brother where the plaque is, where the braille is, and he can read it for himself instead of having to have someone else read it to him or for him, which I don't like. So I've not seen the artwork, Minotaurs. I'm not sure to what artwork is you're referring, but I did see that. It's one of those things where it's always kind of funny to me to see like all the conspiracy theories regarding the Colorado Masonic building. It's one of those things where it's like, why must we have these conspiracy theorists about Colorado and the airport? I'm always hearing them basins, but underground tunnels in the airport. I don't know why we would or why we would want to, but that is something I'm always hearing. Well, yeah, corn, wine, and oil. If the Masons did a cornerstone ceremony at the airport, then corn, wine, and oil would have been a part of that ceremony. Um, it was purpose built, consider yourself. And that's one of the things I love about it, is the fact that it was, in fact, purpose built. So many of our Masonic buildings in the 1920s and the 1950s were purpose built. I think that's one of the really, really incredible and awesome things about it. You see it also with Detroit, Bay City, with the Scottish Rite building. So I think that's really cool. It is, in fact, consider yourself the oldest single owner purpose built building in Windsor. There are older buildings, but they've all changed hands multiple times or had multiple owners. Ours is the oldest building that is exclusively single owner. Um, well, purpose built as in being built for Freemasons purposely, right? Like, I've known some Masonic lodges that that purchased a building that was originally built, let's say, as a school. I've seen that, or as a farmhouse, and then converted to Masonic purposes. Ours was built with the Masonic purposes already in mind. So, um, I mean, I've been to the Denver airport a bunch of times, modern warfare, because it's a hub, right? So it's relatively cheap to fly to. Never seen anything that to me would indicate anomalous activities. It's just a swamped, busy airport, right? There's so many people going through that airport because it's a hub and because it's a cheap place from which to get a connection that, I mean, it's as busy as, it's a very busy airport, put it that way. I've never heard that expression before. Um, I've never heard the phrase "a dog's bark away." Is that meant to mean it's supposed to be close? Like, I don't know what it means to be a dog's bark away from something, but I do like that as an expression. I think that's really cool. I've just never heard that before. In terms of the third floor, I mean, that's probably an eavesdroppers or Cowan's thing, right? Keeping people from sneaking in and looking in at the building. But, it doesn't have to be third floor. I've known many Masonic buildings that the Masonic Lodge room itself is on the first floor. The entire building, in fact, is single level. So, which um, from a accessibility standpoint is actually the better approach to take by far, or at least the most inexpensive. You don't have to worry about things like elevators or escalators or chairlifts. Um, I'm going to use that expression because I like it. A dog's bark away. I'm definitely going to find time to use it because I like it. Um, is there a specific distance attached to it? Like, how far would a dog's bark actually be? Got my cat here. I should look that up at some point. How far is a dog? I'm going to look that up right now because I'm curious. I mean, you're right. So a dog's bark can travel anywhere from 50 feet to 2 miles. At 50 feet, that same bark drops to roughly 70 decibels. A dog's bark is 1 to 2 miles. I did not know that, but that's really cool to learn. So I'm going to keep that in mind. For now on, I'm still going to use the term a stone's throw because I think that's a better term. But I could also maybe now and then, every now and then, I'll use the term a dog's bark instead. I'll be back. No, Ryan Barnes, Freemasons do not practice cannibalism, nor should we. That'd be illegal. I'll be back in a moment. I'm just going to take care of something quick, but I promise I'm not going far. Very sorry about the squeaking. Gotta get my chair fixed at some point. Just got my chair fixed, and already it's squeaking. I'm gonna need to get some WD-40 on that. All right. I wouldn't need any of my brothers. What about other people? Yeah, that's true. I would not eat any people, period, brothers or otherwise. And honestly, the problem with, well, not the problem, because I take it in good fun, but the problem with questions like that is there's so many conspiracy theories surrounding Freemasonry that it's very hard to tell. Some people could very well be asking that question seriously. You never know. So you just kind of have to deal with those conspiracy theories as they come. I feel like I'm way too low right now on the screen. This you kind of get used to it. I guess I'm okay. All right, we're going to give it a bit more time. As always, we're just hanging out, chatting. I enjoy talking about men's mental health. We definitely need within Freemasonry to be part of that conversation. I'm hoping that at least some Masons dealt with and commented on the commented on the report, answered the question, took part in the roundtables, provided input. If not, it's not too late to at least share the findings of it. Carrie, I'm handsome. Does anything else matter? Um, are you a subscriber? That's the better question. And whatever I am, it does not matter because this channel is about Freemasonry. The really cool thing about Freemasonry is it welcomes men of all different faiths, backgrounds, and ethnicities, religions, politics, where they come from, their background. That's the most important thing, as it should be. It should be the internal and not external qualifications of man is what Freemasonry should regard. All right, Carrie. Well, so if you ask the question, but you're not going to believe the answer, then why ask the question? Right? This is one of those things that I've always kind of been confused by about conspiracy theories. Like, you say you're going to ask the question, but then you're not going to believe the answer, whatever it is. So, kind of, what's the point of asking the question, right? That's the problem with conspiracy theories across the board. Um, which is like the nature of conspiracy is whatever answer you get, it just fulfills the initial assumption. So if you were to say, you know, you're committing crimes, I know you are, and my response is no, we're not, you can just respond with, well, of course you're going to say no, you're not. You have to say that. And then you're kind of right back to where you started. So, um, that's one of those things you need to keep in mind. With conspiracy theories, it creates its own feedback loop of bias. So, Minotaur, I mean, you're not wrong, and that's definitely one of the harder conversations to have within Freemasonry, which is sometimes if Freemasonry can cause mental anguish if the lodge isn't being run properly or isn't being run well, or if you are not getting the support you need from your brothers. Now, part of that equals a bigger societal problem, right? And this goes to one thing I'm always talking about, conditions of society. If we within Freemasonry are being so, like if the typical Mason is finding himself pulled in a million different directions, he's dealing with a divorce, he's dealing with a midlife crisis, he's dealing with economic insecurity, he's dealing with a job that's not treating him well or paying him what he deserves, or he's got a health condition, or his wife has a health condition, or who knows what it is, then it's absolutely the case that in those circumstances he may simply be unable and unwilling to dedicate himself to his Masonic lodge. But that then puts all sorts of additional pressures on the rest of the Freemasons, who then have to pick up the slack, um, and put more effort into the lodge while he's away. That creates mental health challenges for them. Or it might simply be if a brother goes up to him and says, I need help, I'm struggling. If that brother has his own struggles, he may simply feel he does not have the time or the effort to deal with those issues. And I don't have necessarily the best solutions to that. Other than part of that is sometimes preventative care means dealing with these societal issues before they become a bigger deal. So, advocating for policies that will help ensure our brethren are okay and are able to deal with these struggles. That also means, at the very least, knowing the most basic community supports that you have. So, for example, if you're in a situation where, you just don't have the time and just don't have the resources to be able to help a brother, I'm going to get some food, I'll be back. You at least know the best numbers to call. Right? You at least know to call 988-211, and you can give him those, if nothing else. And sometimes it absolutely is the case that sometimes it can just be really, really hard to focus on Freemasonry if you have a million other things going on. But that doesn't mean it's not worth trying and not worth putting in effort. Ryan Barnes, yes, we do. Freemasonry does have initiation rituals. We have a variety of rituals for a variety of purposes, including initiation. I never share any other specifics. I've already talked about why, other than to say there's nothing in any Masonic ritual that is illegal, immoral, or against one's civic, religious, or moral responsibilities. It was. The issue is the harder the times get, the harder it can be to support your fellow brothers, even if just at an emotional level, or as times change, the harder it can become, right? But having said that, at its core, maybe those struggles is what are what Freemasonry is all about. Not just Freemasonry, but civic institutions in general, Freemasonry or otherwise. Join and find out. First thing you have to do is join to find out if there is a password, and then join to find out what the password is, if there is one. And you see it across the board, right? You see it with different institutions, different organizations, whatever it might be. As you struggle, as the membership struggles, so too do you see, as a consequence, difficulty with Masonic lodges or with the organization supporting its membership. I mean, that's why I always talk about finances, right? The more things cost, the less money the lodge has. The less money the lodge has, the less benevolence it can provide to brethren who may need it. We are a society that has private knowledge, Ryan, or private information. Now, that information or private knowledge is not knowledge that pertains to, making a lot of money or political power or political influence or anything like that. It's simply knowledge about Freemasonry. No different. I've said this a million times. It's no different than having a family recipe. How to bake cookies. It's not that power is going to give you, or that knowledge is going to give you special influence in the world. It simply is of value because it maintains the bonds between the family members. No. Sorry, if you want to crack the code of reality, I would say study physics or study religion or study both. That might be your best bet. Probably study both should be the best bet, to be honest. Now, if you want to crack the code of maybe how to live well here on Earth or how to live better here on Earth, I think Freemasonry can absolutely provide a lot of value in that sense. What is angle power, Alcatraz? I never heard of that before. And please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're all having a great day. We're just going to keep hanging out. I haven't done any long streams for a while. So much of the focus has been on my travels, which, believe me, I've been grateful for all of my travels, but it's meant less long streams. So it's nice to be back. The Power of Three, are you referencing Charmed? Because Charmed was one of my favorite television shows of all time by a mile. I think Charmed is one of the best TV shows ever, period. So that's interesting, Noodle Knocker. So I've said this before, my supreme being is the rational nature of the universe as expressed through science, which is very similar to the idea of a universal language, right? Literally universal. Like if aliens ever land on Earth, it's almost for sure that the language they speak will be um, math or geometry of some sort. So yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. So you're like, I mean, Ryan Barnes, it's not that we're like the Shriners. We, in fact, are the Shriners. To be a Shriner, you must first be a Freemason. And then you can choose to join the Shrine if you want. So every Shriner is himself a Freemason. Um, in a cool little side note. A lot of people, it's funny, a lot of people who dislike the Freemasons or who think we're bad are actually supporters of the Shrine, which I always found kind of amusing on an interesting side note. Um, yeah, you have to be a Master Mason here as well, I believe. I think they may be talking about changing that, but I think as of right now, it's still the case that to be a Shrine, you must first be a Master Mason. Not a shrine, a shriner. A shriner is a fraternal organization that is part of the Masonic family, primarily interested in charitable endeavors. They do the children's hospitals, but also they're more of the quote unquote, like the fun hangout people in Freemasonry. Very often they're the ones who put on the fancy dinners, special events. They take part in parades. They ride the little cars. Um, do I believe in aliens? No. I think we're alone in the universe. I think the universe is finite, and I think we are alone within it. So, um, I guess maybe one day we'll see. But if there are aliens out there, they're being awfully quiet. And the question as to why they're being awfully quiet, I mean, I guess Fermi paradox it, but I would say I think we're alone in the universe. So, I mean, I've asked the question before because I thought it was interesting. If aliens were to land on Earth and say, you know, I want to be a Freemason, would you let them join? For the record, I would say yes, so long as they could pass certain requirements, like would they understand male female, would they be male, would they understand dues payment, would they understand higher power, higher being, what would we put down as their address, what about their age, what if they're the type of species that ages the way dogs do, so they're 2 of our years but they're 24 human years, you know, they're 2 literal years, but in terms of age 2 years for them is equivalent to 21 years for a human. Like, you'd have to figure out all of those things, and it would be really fascinating to see how we figured those things out. But I think it'd be fun to discuss, and it'd be fun to look into. So whenever I ask that question, would you let an alien join the lodge? I always get a variety of answers. Some of them are just silly, but some of them provide some really interesting and really thoughtful discussion points. Rusty Nails, I think you're going text to speech. It sounds like you're talking on the phone or sending a message that I don't understand. I don't know the first thing about changing transmission fluid or oil. One thing though, The aliens run the lodge already. Well, if you ask the conspiracy theorists, the aliens run the lodge already. That's true. Virgin Mary, so long as you're putting mustard on a hot dog, it's fine. If you put if you put ketchup on a hot dog, reevaluate your life. Reconsider your life. Something's wrong with you. Um, let's see if I can find it now. I don't know where I put it. One thing I learned recently, I thought was really, really cool, is used oil, used transmission fluid, used filters in cars. Very often they end up, after they've been changed, the used oil and used filters end up in our ecosystem where it can be very harmful and very damaging to the environment, the plant and animal life, the water, and also that will be damaging to humans who have to drink the water and take part in the animal, take part in nature. So I was at the High Neighbor Festival, and one thing I learned about was, Manitoba's initiative to make sure we reuse old windshield washer fluid, old transmission fluid, oil, filters. You can actually drop them off at various recycling locations around Manitoba. And in the process of doing so, they will recycle them and turn them into the bricks that you see behind me, which make very valuable building materials. So first of all, as a Freemason, obviously, I care a lot about building materials, which used to be stone. I just think it's interesting to see the evolution of building materials, and maybe in some ways the return to stone through a whole different means, because that stuff behind me, those bricks, were as tough and as hard as stone. So that was really cool. But also, I always thought one idea that we could look at in Freemasonry is maybe have at one of our lodge meetings a used oil, used transmission drop off night where brethren drop off their used oil, used transmissions to the lodge, and then you organize it with the proper authorities for everybody to come and pick it up that day. Gives guys an excuse to come to lodge, and also the lodge is doing something really cool for the environment, which we should always be looking at doing. It depends, consider yourself, it depends on the rules of the lodge and the rules of the city or community in which the lodge is meeting. Some may say yes, some may say no. It would just depend. But it's interesting, a lot of people ask that question, and I can say, for example, to my knowledge in Chicago, the answer is no, but I can't speak for everywhere. I think my assumption is it depends on the culture and the community. There's probably a lot of places in Texas where it's okay to bring a gun into lodge, and probably a lot of places in other states where it's not. Yes, they were modern warfare. They were both wickedly talented and incredibly intelligent. And it does give me a certain level of pride to be part of an organization that is part of that lineage. I don't pretend to be, as I'm not anywhere near as smart as the stonemasons of the past. Right? I don't pretend to be anywhere near as smart, nor do I think, but I do think I get to be part of a lineage that traces itself back to them. And I think that is really, really cool. I mean, doesn't getting the gun wet ruin the gun? As somebody who has no idea about any of this stuff, keep in mind. But I guess you're being maybe a little bit facetious. Rusty Nail, what's the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth about 6 months? Nope. That is not my experience. The difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth is narrow in scope and therefore it can be disproven. A conspiracy theory is so broad in scope that anything that happens within 6 months can be fit into the theory. That's why they're so dangerous, right? Because a conspiracy, like the truth, is specific, but a conspiracy theory will be spoken of in a broad enough way that in theory anything can fit into it, or it will be something that's unfalsifiable. So for example, if I give the conspiracy theory, um, lizard people run the world, right? That's an unfalsifiable theory because every time I come up to the person who said that and say that's not true, what proof do you have? All they have to say is just wait, the plan will be revealed to itself at some point. And then you're right back at square one, right? Because I can't prove the negative. It's like saying, you know, prove there's not invisible leprechauns in your apartment. I can't prove there's not invisible leprechauns in my apartment. I can simply, however, rely upon common sense on my observations. Um, so that's the difference. It is very often silly. I agree with that as well. Well, the Mensa people, I don't know what the cross promotion would look like. I don't even know what Mensa is. Like I know it's an organization for people with high IQs. What I've never understood though is it like do they have special events? Like what does being a member of Mensa get you? Being a member of Masonic Lodge gets you fraternity, brotherhood, a social safety net of a sort. Does Mensa have meetings, conferences? If I'm struggling, can I contact Mensa for support, emotional or otherwise? So I'd be curious to learn more about it. It'd be kind of fun. Ego fluffy. Well, I mean, if you're smart enough to be part of Mensa, I don't know if you would need your ego to be fluffed, to be honest. You're probably doing pretty well in life. Or at least you probably have a pretty healthy ego. I would at least think you have a pretty healthy ego if you are whatever the Mensa category is. But I've never known any Masons who are members of Mensa, but it wouldn't shock me if there were some. There's 850,000 in the United States. At least one or two of them must be Mensa. I also don't know if being part of Mensa equates with like like how many people are probably have the necessary IQ to be part of Mensa, but just never got themselves tested, so don't know, or aren't interested in being part of Mensa. I'd be curious about that as well. Someone said I'm stupid for not wanting to partake in this. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say you're stupid. I think a lot of people at various times in their life don't want to participate in this game called life. I would need to know more what you mean by not wanting to participate. If by that you mean like LDAR, which is an acronym for lay down and rot, which is you don't want to hurt yourself, but you just have no motivation to do anything other than lie in your bed and kind of rot, as the term goes. I hope that you reconsider and you find things you enjoy doing. If you don't want to participate, as in you actually want to exit this game, then I hope you get somebody to talk to. 988, find some supports. Um, and remember, however you might be feeling today is not how you might be feeling tomorrow. Um, well, again, so Alcatraz, that's an interesting, and this idea of participating in life, right? That's a really interesting question because what does that actually mean? You know, there was this thing amongst incels, which was encouraging men to what they called LDARing or LDAR, which stood for laying down or lay down and rot, which meant ROT, which meant basically you stop participating in life. I guess you stop paying your rent, you stop working, you just lay in your bed and whatever happens, happens to you. Um, and no, obviously that's not a very healthy life or not a very healthy approach to take to anything. But I think for people who are incels, it absolutely was the case that they very often, unfortunately, um, you know, felt, felt that that was the only option, or they would turn violent, and neither is a good option. Obviously, I guess violence is some way worse because you're inflicting harm on other people, but we don't want people lying down and rotting either. We want people participating in life. I think a lot of times the reason people don't participate in life is because they feel as though there's no point, that nothing they do matters. Maybe Freemasonry can provide an antidote to that. Or maybe not just Freemasonry, but maybe civic engagement in general can provide some type of push against that. Um, Bro got rambling fever, open source agriculture. Hey, when you're streaming, that happens. It very, very often happens. I hope you're doing well, open source agriculture. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. He has not done much for the Freemasonry community. Um, I would say strongly that is not the case. But, I guess everybody can have their own political opinions. I would say as things get more challenging in the world, and as I think Donald Trump makes them more challenging, it is simply more challenging for Freemasonry as well. Um, Politics or politricks, either way, Freemasonry does not do them, so that is true. Does everything woke go to shit? I mean, define woke. I don't think that's the case. Um, I do support Israeli Masons. I also support Russian Masons and Ukrainian Masons and Jordanian Masons and the Lodge of Iran in Exile. I support my brothers around the world. We should remember that we are all brothers, by the way, just like we're all people. No, I mean, there are no Masonic overlords, so no. And we're not trying to recruit anyone. If Hollywood stars want to join Freemasonry, I mean, I guess awesome. But I don't think we should be worrying about that type of stuff. I think that's silly. I think ultimately, what should matter more than anything else is simply trying to, first of all, ensuring people are joining of their own free will and accord and not because they've been recruited. I think that's silly. But also that we focus on the internal and not external qualifications of man. What that means is focus on, are they good people? And that's it, not are they famous or rich. I think that's silly. Noodle knocker. Why do you say that? You don't have to ask to be initiated. Yeah, sorry, you have to ask to be initiated. Excuse me, you're right. It's not that you have to be asked, you have to ask. But, Noodle Knocker, that's a weird thing to say. Why don't you think you bring anything to the table? I would disagree with that. Um, I would strongly disagree with that. Freemasonry is not like Scientology. Um, well, you should not do anything to make your father upset, so then don't hang out on this channel anymore. Um, this idea of not bringing anything to the table, like this is something I've talked about a lot with Freemasonry, right? Never underestimate the value of presence, right? One thing that we think about within Freemasonry and we misunderstand all the time is brethren will say, like, I don't want to go to a lodge because I'm just going to be sitting there in the sidelines, not doing anything. What difference does it make? Your presence matters. So, Noodle Knocker, just by showing up, makes Freemasonry better. Just your presence. Even if you just sit in the sidelines and say nothing, I've been to lodges, and even if 3 people speak and that's it, a lodge room filled with 50 people feels so much better than a lodge room filled with 5 people or 10 people. And it's absolutely critical, especially if you're going there for a degree and you know the initiate, the person being passed, being raised, once they see that lodge room and they see it full, believe me, it's going to make a huge difference to them. It shows you care about them. It shows you care about the lodge. Your presence matters, and that's true in life, by the way. Like, you may feel, oh, what difference does it make if I show up to, I don't know, like my friend's place? Maybe I don't have any advice to give him. Maybe I can't help him. Can you sit next to him in silence and just show you're there for him? Um, I think it's worth keeping in mind. So you can make Freemasonry better by simply showing up. Even if you show up and say nothing, just show up. It matters way more than people think. No, Masons do not run construction unions. Freemasons might run construction unions. Masons, stonemasons, might run constructions, but that because they would be stonemasons. Freemasons were not in business. Do Masons run so? I mean, when you're talking about Masonic garments, yes, we can. Now, usually we don't wash our aprons because the dirtier they get, the more it shows a career, a Masonic career, and something done really well, which is something I'm very proud of, right? To have a dirty apron. But other garments we may. Now, primarily, our Masonic garments start and end with the aprons. But there can be special garments that you wear for initiation. There can also be special garments in some of the different Scottish Rite degrees. And in those cases, yes, they go to the dry cleaners. I remember during COVID, in fact, the lodges had a break. And so one thing they did is they took every single item they had and got them, at least in Windsor, got them dry cleaned. And it was an insane amount of dry cleaning. Because there's so many different, and it's from all time, right? Primarily with the Scottish Rite. But primarily a Masonic garment would be a apron, and that's usually not dry cleaned. I will say this though, if you're part of a Masonic jurisdiction that has a dress code, suit, tie, whatever it might be, make sure that you get it dry cleaned regularly, especially if it gets warm in the lodge room. Be nice to your brethren, be polite to your brethren, don't smell bad at the lodge. We don't really have hooded robes. I've never seen a Mason wearing a hooded robe at a Masonic lodge meeting. Just a coincidence. Just a coincidence. Sometimes coincidences are real things. What depends on where you're at, Light Free. So I'm in Ontario, and our dress code is suit and tie. For a Masonic, is suit and tie for a Masonic lodge meeting. Now, officers will sometimes wear tuxedos for a business meeting, but I've been to some Masonic lodges where the dress code is t-shirt and jeans. It just depends on the jurisdiction you're in. There is no single set of rules in terms of what people are supposed to wear, which is really cool. And something I really appreciate about Freemasonry is it's not a singular jurisdiction, singular rules. I do have to shave soon. You're right. I got to shave this weekend because I have the wrestling show coming up. So, some politicians are, some politicians aren't light free. But I think as a general rule, it's funny. I've kind of changed my views on the whole. I do. I actually referee. I changed my opinion on the whole shirt and tie thing. I used to think it was silly. And who cares? Who gives a shit? Not that I thought people who are wearing a suit and tie are full of shit, but I thought, like, who cares what I'm wearing, right? Internal, not external qualifications. Um, but lately, I've been more, I guess, supportive of this idea, primarily because I was watching Apollo 13, and there was this really interesting scene. Speaking of astronauts, I'll answer that question in a second. Um, there was a scene though where they have this crisis, they have this emergency, and they go to wake up an astronaut who stayed back on Earth and who they need to put him in a flight or a simulator to figure out how to get these people back to Earth. And they wake him up, it's the middle of the night, there's a crisis, there's an emergency. He's sleeping before they actually like before they actually get him back to NASA, he actually stops and he puts on a shirt and a tie. And you'll notice throughout the entirety of the movie, everybody at NASA Space Control, even though it's 4 days, they're going without sleep, they have this emergency, are wearing suits and ties. And it made me realize that maybe the value of a dress code, not just in masonry, but in almost anything, is that it ultimately helps and assists when it comes to our ability to it shows professionalism. It helps make us reconsider maybe like how we act, how we talk, how we work. We're going to work more conscientiously, work in a more professional manner if we are wearing a suit and tie. So I've become a little bit more supportive of this idea of dress codes than I had been previously. Standards, absolutely. Well, Ryan, that is one of my goals. So yes, I'm glad I'm glad that this stream is killing your entire misconception. Um, and modern warfare, it does. Now again, every lodge decides for themselves, and I've been to many Masonic lodges where there are no dress codes other than common sense. They're not gonna let you show up in, like a loincloth or something, though, if only. But, one piece of advice I usually give to Masons is if you're traveling to another jurisdiction and if you want to learn more about Freemasonry in that jurisdiction, call them up in advance and ask them, what is your dress code? That way you'll at least know in advance and you're not going to feel awkward if you show up in a t-shirt and they're wearing a suit and tie. But also, um, if let's say you're traveling for work and you just so happen to pass by a Masonic lodge, you just so happen to pass by a Masonic building, um, even if you don't have a suit and tie, knock on the door, see if they can give you a tour, and maybe see if you can attend one of their meetings. Explain in advance that you don't have a suit and tie, and they may help you out. I mean, like I remember going to a lodge in Colombia. I did not have a suit and tie with me, and they were one of the lodges that actually did have basically a black robe, and they let me wear it just for that purpose. For brethren who did not have a suit and tie but wanted to take part, they could wear that. That way, it wasn't so obvious that they weren't in compliance with the dress code, and they still got to take part. So, the grandest lodge I ever visited. Oh my gosh. That's a great question. But it's so tough because, like, how do you define grandest? So, if you define grandest as the biggest, um, it would have to be the Detroit Masonic Temple, which is literally the biggest Masonic building in the world. If you were to define grandest as the most ornate, I would have to go with maybe Detroit, but Philadelphia probably takes it, or maybe even I can't think of it now. Maybe even United Grand Lodge of England, certainly, which I visited. If you want to go grandest as in having the most emotional connection to me, I would have to say either Glenview, Illinois, or probably at first place Windsor Masonic Temple. If you want to say grandest as most important to the community, Detroit, almost hands down. Um, so yeah, I know it's really tough because there is no single like answer I can give to that question. Um, but there's a lot of different ways to define grandest. Whether I'm gay or not is completely irrelevant to being a Freemason uptown. Being a Freemason has nothing to do with whether one is gay or straight. It's about are you a good man and honorable. Uh, I don't know if Rockefeller was a Freemason or not. I think he was, but I could be mistaken. I mean, so George Washington was a Freemason. Between 9 and 13 of the founding fathers were Freemasons. I mean, I certainly think, like, yes, but to what extent, there's no way to know, right? Like, we know, for example, George Washington was a fairly active Freemason. We know that even during his term of office, his presidency, he would always take time, or very often take time to respond to Freemasons who wrote him letters and to stop in at Masonic Lodge meetings. But to what extent did Freemasonry impact his decision making versus to what extent did, I mean, his upbringing, his father, his religion, like there's no way to know. It's like me, whenever I'm making a decision, I'm making a decision as a Freemason. I'm also making a decision as, a son, as a friend, as a former correctional employee, as a lover of scary movies. Like, what percentage of my decision making is based on Freemasonry versus other things? Or to what extent does Freemasonry play a role in my decision making versus in other things? I have no idea. Like, genuinely. All I can say is certainly many of the founding fathers were Freemasons, not a majority, and certainly it is going to impact the way they view the world, as will a variety of other things in their life. I do think Freemasonry, in a most general sense, is about and does focus at least somewhat on democracy and democratic ideals. So an emphasis on that is going to make sense, right, within Freemasonry and within Masons. So when you say internal history, I mean, yes. I guess I need to know more about like what you mean by eternal history. So, or internal history, excuse me. So, for example, like every Masonic lodge will have a copy of, well, every meeting we keep minutes and we have a register. And the register will list every Mason who visited, as well as any visitors, and the minutes will list out what was discussed at the meeting. And then there'll be another register, which is the members themselves. And every time there's a new member, he'll sign a piece of paper that confirms he is a member and the date he became a member. We'll also keep a record of any correspondence the lodge receives, and those are usually kept in a vault. I think we need to do a better job at preserving them electronically because a lot of these things, like one fire, heaven forbid, one flood, one whatever it is, and suddenly we're in a lot of trouble in terms of the information in these documents. So every lodge will keep its own internal history. The extent to which that internal history is available depends on the lodge itself. I mean, I've argued many times that our Masonic lodges and buildings should be way more open to historians in the community to talk about and discuss and review these documents and what they are and what they say about Freemasonry. Like, it's incredibly important. You look at some of these, like, member registers 100 years ago, which are they're absolutely unbelievable, the things that they talk about from a genealogical perspective and a societal perspective. They list out professions and ages of people, and it's really, really cool. In terms of a more like universal history, like certainly there are Masonic libraries and books. You may have Freemasonry for Dummies or the Mackey Encyclopedia, all of which provide some great history. Different lodges will have that, but that's not internal to Freemasonry. That's available to anybody. Um, that's good advice. Always want to be careful about digital security and digital safety, um, for obvious reasons, right? But yeah, it's a very good point. So somebody asked about the Rothschilds, I think. Um, I mean, Nathan Rothschild was a Freemason. That's all the one I know of. I mean, when you talk about highest ranking, again, there is not really a highest ranking Freemason, right? Like that's very underrated. Or sorry, that's a very like the highest ranking Mason in Ontario would be the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge in Ontario. He is the highest ranking Mason in Ontario, but once he goes into Manitoba, he no longer has any authority or power. Then he's back to just, he's a brother. Now, he may receive a level of respect from the Grand Lodge of Manitoba due to his office in Ontario, but he can't set rules or requirements for Freemasonry in Manitoba. That's under the Grand Lodge of Manitoba. Like I was just in South Africa for the conference of Grand Masters. There was two escalators full of Grand Masters. None of them were any higher ranking than any other, and there was no singular highest ranking Mason. I'm not a Grand Master. I'm not a most worshipful. I'm a master of a lodge. My responsibility and authority starts and ends at the local lodge. So a Grand Master, a most worshipful Grand Master, will have the power within a particular jurisdiction to set rules and set requirements of Freemasonry, usually with democratic backing. He can't be a tyrant, right? He's kind of like the president in that his authority is usually not going to be dictatorial. He'll have a committee of general purposes and things of that nature. He's also time sensitive, right? The term is um, usually the term is 1 to 2 years, depending on where you're at. Lion, I mean, I take it. I appreciate that. Most people say I look ugly, so if you think I look handsome, I much appreciate it. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Let me know how you're doing. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry? Well, Grandmasters don't need a YouTube channel, although honestly, many Grandmasters in many jurisdictions are now starting to embrace social media more and more and more, which I think has been awesome to see. Particularly there in Indiana, the Grandmaster has a weekly chat on Facebook. Not everybody agrees with me. Well, they started off and Andre explores it. They started off as an entered apprentice, then they became the master of their lodge eventually. Then they probably became a district deputy grand master, which means they're responsible for Freemasonry in a particular area. Then they um, became a board member, and over 10, 20, 30, 40 years, probably 40 at least, they developed enough kind of cachet within Freemasonry that they were voted into the position of Grand Master after being part of other offices. It takes time, and ultimately it's just a matter of people getting to know you and see you being active in the lodge. Well, I mean, you need some type of hierarchies, right? People can't just be like you can't just be doing whatever you want. You need to have a worshipful master and a grand master. It's otherwise it would be quite chaotic to see Freemasonry without those things. Um, and no, there's no such thing as Freemason masters in a global sense, only at the lodge level or master masons. I'm 42, so I've been doing this since 2007, so I was 23 when I joined, if I recall correctly. But I did join in 2007, and it is crazy to think it's been that long, believe me. I personally can't believe it. Tempus fugit, right? Time flies. As a general rule, yeah, I mean, people have always asked me, like, what is the core belief in Freemasonry? I've always said it's the belief that it's worth spending time with other people. And that includes the belief, when I say it's worth spending time with other people, that ultimately spending time with other people will make us happy. Now, I don't know if that is always the case. In life. It depends on the people you're hanging out with. But as a general rule, all the evidence shows, and with mental health, we just talked about, all the evidence shows that the more time you spend with people, likely the happier you will be. And I tend to agree with that. Andre explores it. Is Trump a Freemason, and what is the reason you joined in the beginning? I like that question. I'll explain why in a second. So, Trump is not a Freemason. At least I've never seen any evidence that Trump is a Freemason. Everything I've seen indicates that he is not. Now, when you ask, why did I join and has that reason changed? The reason I like those two questions is I think one of the biggest mistakes that we make in Freemasonry is we assume that the reason somebody joins Freemasonry is doesn't will be the reason they stay. So, the reason that you join Freemasonry and the reason you attend Freemasonry in your first year is the same as the reason you attend Freemasonry in your 20th year. And it's not. Motivations change, reasons change. We need to keep that in mind. Um, if we don't keep that in mind, we're going to continue losing Freemasons because we will still be treating them as though, the reasons they joined are the same for when they're an apprentice as when they're a past master. They will now have completely different motivations and different desires. And if we're not aware of that, we're going to lose them. And we're seeing that happen a lot. I actually wrote about that in It's More Than a Game on Medium, which was nominated for an award. I'm going to leave this in the chat in just 1 second because I want to share it with people so they can find it. And Andre explores it. I hope that you'll follow me on Medium and read these stories. I'd really appreciate it. I'm trying to grow my Medium account, Medium following. So I joined at first because my dad was a Freemason, and I thought it would be interesting to check out. My grandfather's as well. I thought it might make me feel a little bit closer to my grandfather, and who passed away before I was born. Um, and I had the time, to be honest. I was going to school, but I knew I could dedicate one night, a month to it easily, and so I decided to join. The reason I remained active in is because I found out that for whatever reason, there was something about Freemasonry that just spoke to me. Maybe in a way that doesn't speak to a lot of other people, but I found out I really loved it and I decided I wanted to keep going back. I thought it gave me the opportunity to try to create a better world, to try to help my brothers, and to try to make the world a better place. But ultimately, very often, the reason you stay and the reason you fall into Freemasonry, I think for most people, the reason they stay active in Freemasonry will more often than not have to do with a desire to be curious and to learn more. I've done some very, very unscientific testing and found that the people who most often get something out of Freemasonry or enjoy Freemasonry the most, very often they are curious people, or they're people who, like, one of their main kind of characteristic traits are curiosity and open mindedness. Sorry, Raj of God, I've never met Jay-Z. I've never met Beyonce. To my knowledge, neither of them are Freemasons. So, very sorry to disappoint. But if you send me your rap tapes, I'll listen to them myself. I like music. I love music. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. I would truly appreciate it. I mean, electric wheelchairs, there's more opportunity for things to break. And because there's more opportunity for things to break, I don't want to take the risk. Noodle, or sorry. So yeah, everybody joining me for the first time. If you're new, please hit like and subscribe. And light free, please check out the Medium article. Just copy and paste the link I put in. I hope that you'll check it out. I enjoyed writing about it, and you can follow me completely for free on Medium. So consider doing so. Shaquille O'Neal is a Freemason, that's true. Masons do like structure, but I think humans like structure as well. We seek structure through geometry, through math, and if you're a stonemason, through how we build things. We're going to give it a little bit more time, wait to see who joins. I feel like this is kind of almost a 24-hour stream, or maybe do a bit of a marathon stream, which I'm really enjoying. I've had a lot of new people join this stream so far, and I greatly appreciate it. So Andre explores it. Pineapple. Actually, sorry, no, watermelon. Yes, but not in the way most people think, especially the, shall we say, conspiracy theories, but even some Freemasons. So, the Knights Templar was a military and economic and religious order that existed from around 1150, 1130 to 1308 AD, when they were, to use a Masonic, to use a Star Wars term, Order 66 by the King of France and the Pope. You know, so they predated Freemasonry by about 400 years, give or take. But then, when Freemasonry started to develop, or speculative Freemasonry started to develop, what happened is the Freemasons, particularly Andrew Raymond Chevalier, famously gave, or Chevalier Andrew Raymond, excuse me, gave an oration in 1737 in France. He was a Freemason, and he, in that oration to a bunch of entered apprentices, if I recall correctly, basically claimed that Freemasonry evolved from stonemasons, that Freemasonry evolved from the Knights Templars, that the Knights Templars, after 1308 and the Order of the King of France, ended up preserving stone Masonic traditions and then passing them down to eventually become Freemasons. There's no evidence that that was actually the case. All the evidence points to that just being a story that this brother told because he was interested in the Knights Templar, and he believed that, he believed that the symbolism and the more ethics and the idea of the Knights Templar was something worth bringing into Freemasonry. And then, as a result of that, we developed the Knights Templar, which is an order in the York Rite. It's the highest order in the York Rite. Many of the symbols and ideals is borrowed from the Knights Templar, but there is no direct connection. It's all kind of indirect, if that makes any sense. Geez, modern warfare, that's pretty harsh. I mean, they were not crusaders themselves, for the record. They escorted crusaders and pilgrims, but I do not think they were necessarily the crusaders in and of themselves. They were escorts for the pilgrims or the crusaders. They also were, by definition, the first international bankers. They definitely weren't the first bankers. And I would even argue, you could make a case that they weren't the first international bankers, depending how you define it. But, you could make the case they were the first international bankers. That's true. Why do you say it's Gnostic by default? Yeah, Austin, that's what I understand too. Well, along with the Pope as well. But also, one of my favorite quotes is, if you owe the bank $1,000, you have a problem. If you owe the bank $10,000, the bank has a problem. So, you know, um, when the King of France owes the Knights Templars however much he owes them, suddenly the King of France has a problem and he's going to do what he can to get rid of that problem. In this case, what that means is, Order 66 in killing off the Knights Templars, which is really, obviously, very, very unfortunate. Okay, I always forget the 109 is a number for a reason. I don't know what that reason would be, Trabant, but please hit like and subscribe. I would truly appreciate it. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry? So I don't like to think about Freemasonry in spiritual terms. I don't think that's a very healthy way to view it, for me personally, because I'm not a spiritual person. Now, part of the question, though, is how do you define spiritual, right? Like, for me, like some people will say, for example, that like their favorite song, like listening to their favorite song is a spiritual experience. Some people will say their favorite movie is spiritual. Some people will say sports is spiritual to them. It's definitely possible, very possible, to um, um, what's the word I'm looking for? Like create a spiritual experience out of something you care deeply for. But to me, I think spiritualism very often trends toward a direction I don't like. So I always prefer to think about Freemasonry first and foremost, simply, um, first and foremost, and simply as something that makes it better and easier to exist here on earth as a neighbor, a friend, a brother, and a family member. Um, I mean, I've known many Muslims. I've got many Muslim brothers. They're all good people. I've never met any of them who seem to want to take over the world. So that seems like no. Now, you know, now maybe in the past there were Muslims who wanted to, I don't know, maybe there were Muslims who wanted to take over the world, but there are also Christians, I'm sure, who want to take over the world, and all sorts of different people with all sorts of different beliefs who want to take over the world. That doesn't reflect on the religion as a whole, nor should it. One of the greatest things about Freemasonry is the fact that it welcomes men of all different faiths, backgrounds, and beliefs. And all of my Masonic brethren, I've never met a single one who wanted to take over the world. Well, that sounds vaguely racist. Semites are all, no two people are all the same, period. Whether they're Semitic or indigenous or Anglo or whatever it is, or Spanish or whatever, all people are different. You take people one at a time. Um, no, Islam is peaceful. I've known enough Masons who are Islamic and friends who are Islamic and who are peaceful that, it's not the religion that's the problem, it's the people. So, Andre, I mean, and there's a couple different cases of that. So, certainly Freemasons are human beings. And because Freemasons are human beings, some of them are going to be up to not so good stuff. It's just human nature. Hopefully, if we as Freemasons are doing our job correctly, We are ensuring that the bad apples don't get into the organization, right? That's called guarding the West Gate. Having said that, no matter how hard we try, when people join, it is a leap of faith. And they might join, and we find out later they were up to no good, in which case we should inform the police immediately of what they're up to. And that has happened. Not so much we informed the police because we didn't know, but we find out afterwards, a Mason gets arrested. What should happen then is they get expelled immediately from Freemasonry so as not to bring the craft into disrepute. There are also people who call themselves Masons but are not recognized. For example, that's happening in France right now, where they claim to be Masons, they use Masonic symbols, but they're not recognized. I couldn't visit them, but yet they bring kind of disrepute to the craft just by calling themselves a Freemason. I don't want to pretend to be anyone other than what I am, which is me, Trabant, so that's dumb. I'm not trying to pretend to be anything other than Cameron Adamson. I'm happy being me. I'm happy being a Freemason, but I'm happy being me. I'm not trying to pretend to be another faith, religion, ethnicity. That's foolish. Um, I agree, generalizations are a trademark of the ignorant, because if you're ignorant, the easiest way to think is in generalizations, right? Because that way you don't have to actually do any research. I mean, so I don't know much about Mormon rituals because I'm not a Mormon. Mormonism was founded by a Freemason, Joseph Smith, if I'm recalling the name correctly. The extent to which he borrowed from Freemasonry when developing kind of the Mormon faith, I have no idea, but I'm sure he did. But honestly, I don't have any problem with that because we in Freemasonry borrowed from so many different faiths and religions, as well as spiritualism, as well as philosophies, as well as trade guilds, that you can't really blame anybody for doing the same thing to us a couple hundred years later, right? And that's not just within Freemasonry. The Future Farmers of America was founded by four Freemasons who borrowed much of the structure of Freemasonry when creating their organization. So I guess it's one of those things where at the end of the day you kind of can't say too much. Adamson. My last name is Adamson, so I'm not related to any U.S. presidents. My dad is British. My mom is Canadian. Um, I mean, I don't know what that means, real or not real Masons. You're a real Mason if, like, being a Mason, this isn't the same thing as, say, having I don't know, like, if you call yourself a real Mason, like, who am I to say otherwise? What I can say and what I can ask is, are you recognized? And if you are recognized, by which Masonic lodges are you recognized? Right? Or which Masonic lodges recognize you? And that's one of those things where, like, if somebody says to me they're a real Mason, but their Masonic lodge is not recognized by my Masonic lodge, I'm not going to knock them or say you're not a real Mason. That's not for me to say. What I will say is you are not allowed to visit my lodge, nor can I visit yours, but I'll still grab a coffee with you. I'll still call you brother. Like, that's fine. It's just you're not recognized and you're not regular. I want to get a British passport, Noodle. I'm working on it. The problem is I need to get a couple of, I can't think of what it's called. Um, um, I'm trying to think of the name of it. You need two people to vouch for you, almost like joining Freemasonry, to be honest. You need two people to vouch for you, to be sponsor you if you're applying for your application for British citizenship or British passport. The problem is neither of them can be related to you. So trying to find two people to be my sponsors is proving difficult. Because I have a lot of people in Britain I know, but they're all family members. I got my dad's birth certificate. I got that. So I'm working on it, believe me. We're going to see what I can do. What did you think about sailing around Ireland? Hello, Fried Lickberg, please like and subscribe. I mean, if you want to, get in touch with me through. Let me put the information in the chat. squareandcompass.ca/contact. I mean, if either of you guys want to vouch for me, light free noodle, it's squareandcompass.ca/contact. Send me your info. If you want to do that, that'd be incredibly kind of you. I don't want you to think that you have to by any means. So I got to double check. Shoot me off at least your email, and I'll email you back with the information. I can't remember it now. I started this process last year. Actually, hold on just one second. Let me look in for it. 2 sponsors to get British passport. What need? I agree. I think Freemasonry is super interesting as well. So you need to hold a current valid British passport, must have known for at least 2 years, cannot be related by birth or marriage. I don't know how long you've been watching this channel for, but hopefully it's been 2 years. And your sponsors need to provide passport details, contact info, and they will like to be verified by British office. Well, you should. I'm a big believer. I know you're not a Freemason, like, at least I think you're not. I forget for sure. But I like to think every Freemason should have an updated passport, as well as a bank card. Sorry, not a bank card, excuse me, a library card. You should have an updated passport and a current library card, because both of those things demonstrate community investment. It should not, Andre explores it, and if it is, then people are doing it wrong. I would never want a Mason to go easier on me because they're a Freemason. Sometimes I would think it might be the opposite in some ways. If I'm a Mason and I end up in court, is it possible that the person who is seeing me in court might go, if he's a Mason as well, might go harder on me than others because he'll have that brotherly disappointment? To me, what you need to do in those cases, if you're a Freemason and you're a judge and you're judging somebody you know to be a Freemason, what you should do is recuse yourself from the case. I would say recuse yourself from the case immediately. That way there's no concern about bias one way or the other. Well, they can help you, but they have to help you within the limits of the law and what's allowable. So, again, you're struggling financially, your brother finds out, he gives you some money. That's good help. You're breaking the law and your brother covers for you, that's bad help. So brotherhood is different depending on how you want to define it, what you mean by it. Sorry, nope, that's not how it works. Dodge Lance, please hit like and subscribe. I did not see Venus and Jupiter align, but I do love astronomy, so maybe if I get the chance, I will check that out. I feel like that would be really, really cool. Well, you shouldn't. Now, obviously, you need to keep in mind, what are we covering for? If I see my brother jaywalk, I'll just jaywalk with him. I'm not calling the police about that. But if, for example, my brother calls me and says, he need you to help me move a body, that's going to the police right away. And that has been a requirement of Freemasonry all the way going back to, 17, the Regius poem, 1390, which actually now is dated 1450. The old charges. There's a lot of Freemasons in Albania, I believe. I don't know much about Albanian Freemasonry, so it'd be fun to learn more about it. That's for sure. I'd find that really interesting and really fascinating. Maybe I will, over time, get a chance to learn a little bit more about it. Can you, though, hit the like button, and can you hit the subscribe button? If you've already done so, then thank you so much. I truly, truly appreciate it. and I'm truly grateful. We are on our way, by the way, to 5,000 subs, which is crazy to think it's been that long to get 5,000 subs. But we're on our way, and I'm super excited and honored. You guys are helping me turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. And for that, I am truly grateful. Well, Light Free, you're good, man, I guess, but you're not going to be helping Freemasonry in that sense, right? Because all that's going to happen is people will find out that Freemasons are helping one another hide bodies, and suddenly all those conspiracy theories, others people more people start to believe them. And plus, if your brother is helping you move a body on Monday, what's to say he's not going to be trying to move your body on a Tuesday, right? I don't think it's a good decision. Um, I don't know much about Albania at all. I wish I did. I wish I could say I knew more. I'd love to learn more about Albania. I'd love to visit Albania one day. I've never been there, but I'm sure it's an absolutely beautiful place. We're going to keep hanging out. Hope everybody's doing well and having a good time. As always, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Any thoughts you guys have, anything you want to talk about, let me know. Thank you for helping me get closer and closer to my goal of 5,000 subs. Little knocker, way above. What's the best movie, TV series that accurately depicts an order, if one exists? I mean, there is some accuracy in From Hell, but conspiracy theorists are going to take that the wrong way. I mean, the Simpsons episode was kind of funny, not really accurate, but funny. Um, where am I from? I am from Canada. Born and raised in Winnipeg, currently live in Windsor, Ontario. Just made it back to Winnipeg, or sorry, just made it back to Winnipeg, Transcona, which is the kind of suburb I grew up in. I always say that the thing about Freemasonry, right? Hello, gold medals. Or sorry, the thing about where you live is very often familiarity doesn't breed contempt, it breeds indifference. Like, I'm very lucky to be a Freemason. I'm also very lucky that I grew up in Transcona. And when I was living in Transcona, I don't think I appreciated how lucky I was because I lived there, right? So I don't appreciate what's around me because I can always see it again. Actually, moving away and then visiting once again, it makes me feel like I should have been more appreciative of what a great community Transcona is and what a great city Winnipeg is. And some ways, I think Freemasonry might be the same thing, where it's so easy if you're so wrapped up in Freemasonry and doing it all the time. It's so easy to kind of forget and be indifferent to the things that it provides you in a positive sense. So, I am not. I have a cat. That's about as far as it goes. Andre, why am I passionate about Freemasonry? You know, at its core, I don't know if I can answer that question. Like Andre explores it, that's like asking, why do you love your favorite song? Like, my favorite song is Simple Man by Leonard Skinner, right? That's the song I love to listen to over and over again. Um, my second favorite song is Prodigal by Blacktop Mojo. Yes, this is my house. Um, you know, I can say I love the song Simple Man because of the lyrics. I love the the melody, the tone. I like Southern rock in general. But you and I can listen to the exact same song. We can both listen to Simple Man. I fall in love with it. You just think it's okay. Or maybe you don't like it at all. Or whatever it is, right? At a certain point, we've both heard the same thing, yet we've had different reactions to it. At its core, it's not the song, it's me. It's the relationship between me and the song. There's something about, who knows, how I grew up, what was happening in my life the first time I heard it. Um, who knows what, where I just fell in love with it. And Freemasonry is the exact same thing. Two people may go through Freemasonry. Some people may love it. Some people may like it. Some people may find it's not for them. At its core, trying to figure out why is not easy at all. So, there are Jewish Freemasons and Masons of every other sort exist, as you know, because you always say that. I am third degree Freemason, which is the highest degree in Freemasonry. I'm also 18th degree Scottish Rite. So there is some evidence that the best or the most, like the people who get the most out of Freemasonry are people who are naturally curious and naturally inquisitive. Um, well, I need to find them. I don't know that many Masons in England. Like, I don't live there, right? I could send a letter to the Grand Lodge and just be like, can any of you sponsor me? And some may agree, but technically they need to know me for 2 years. I've never lived in England, so I did get one Freemason from England to sponsor me because he knew my grandfather, and I've kept in touch with him over the last 2 years. But other than that, it's tough. To being a Freemason, I mean, what are my benefits? It makes me feel closer to my grandfather, who passed away before I was born. I like tradition. There is a social safety net where I know if I start to struggle, I can ask the lodge for assistance and support. Um, it helps me try to make the world a better place. But ultimately, the benefits are I like it. What is the benefit of listening to my favorite song? What is the benefit of watching my favorite movie? I like it. I enjoy it. That's got to be good enough, right? Like, why must it be more than that? Um, so, Andre explores it. The reason I called this channel Square and Compass Promotions and not Square and Compasses, the technical term for the well-known symbols in Freemasonry, the most famous symbols in Freemasonry, right? This here, if I could actually get my arm up enough to show it, this here, the square and compasses, is it's called the square and compasses, right? Plural. And one of the terms you sometimes hear is if something is within the compasses, what it means is it's official. It's part of Freemasonry officially. It's part of Grand Lodge officially. I called my channel Square and Compass, singular, because I wanted to make it clear that everything I was saying is outside of is outside of official channels. I'm giving my views on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'm giving my opinions. They don't reflect a Grand Lodge. They don't reflect any Grand Master. Because of that, I did not ask for permission before I started this. I advised brethren I would be doing this, but I did not request permission. Every opinion I express is my own. There's a disclaimer on every video. It's round, Dodge. The shape of the earth is round. So there you go. And whatever, if you think it's not, you are incorrect. No, it's not flat, it's round. This is not a Masonic thing, this is just a common sense thing. I am positive. Well, in that case, there should have been a lot of tornadoes happening a couple weeks ago in South Africa. Um, I mean, sure. I mean, like, if you want to use the term firmament just as another word to describe the heavens, then that's fine. If you mean firmament as like some type of dome over a flat Earth, then you are wrong. Um, we are not trapped in a snow globe. We are on a globe, period. That is what the Earth is. It is a globe. So, very sorry to disappoint. I have not traveled on my own feet, but I can look out the window at the river and I can see the way ships disappear, not all at once, but the bottom first and then the top. I can see what would be the most logical explanation, which would be a round Earth, just like you have round Mars. Um, and I can trust the scientists who tell me that it's round, combined with observation. Well, I don't know anything for sure. I don't know that there does not exist in my apartment blind or sorry, invisible leprechauns. But I can use common sense and use intelligence and use my best judgments. Oh, Andre, that is not how it works. There is the highest information is the third degree. Everything you need to know is in the third degree, and that's it. Beyond that, yes, there are different degrees and they provide different modes of recognition and ritual, but it's not making you more of a Mason or providing you more important information than what you get in the first three degrees. That is where it starts and ends. 33rd degree is not advanced, third degree is advanced. 33rd degree is an honorific, that's all. But I do hope everybody is doing well. I mean, I can't say 1000% sure that there's not invisible leprechauns in my apartment. I can say relatively assuredly, though, for the record. I just use my best judgment and what is common sense, and you go from there. We're going to give it some more time, wait to see who joins and hangs out. What I'm thinking of doing, just to try something different but for fun, I have to leave around 6. But I am enjoying this stream, 6 Eastern, and we are getting a lot of people on. And I don't know if I want to end it right away, even when I leave. But I'll probably be gone for at least a couple hours, 3 or 4. 2 or 3. What I may do, though, honestly, is put the stream onto my window so we can get a view of the Detroit River and more particularly a view of the setup for the festival and the carnival that's going to be taking place at the riverfront, which is one of my favorite things in the world. Um, I love carnivals, I love festivals, so maybe I'll do that. You can watch the setup. I'll come back and we'll see if anybody stuck around to watch or if people all left, which is perfectly fine. I do have to do my stream again at 1 a.m. as well. This is my work. Dodge, if you want to help me out, hit like and hit subscribe and leave a super chat. Just $2 for a super chat helps out big time, believe me. And I would be grateful. Well, it's not that I'm kept in the dark, it's that nobody could know everything about Freemasonry. I could study every day for the rest of my life about Freemasonry and not know everything. For example, it's not that I'm kept in the dark. I have no interest in joining consistory, in joining York Rite, in joining the Shrine, because I'm so busy trying to grow my craft lodge and everything within that that I don't really have time to focus on anything beyond that. I've known many 33rd degrees. They're all nice people. Um, that's no worries, Dodge. Just you being here and commenting helps out big time, believe me. As is subscribing, as is following me on social media, etc., etc. All of that stuff would help big time. I've actually had level 33s on with me in the past. Michael Moore, for example. Is there like one main guy, like a Gandalf? There is not one main guy in Freemasonry. That's not how it works. Freemasonry is decentralized. There is no single governing individual, or for that matter, single governing body. That's not how Freemasonry works. So no, there is no one above all. No worries, but again, Dodge, just subscribing, liking, following me on Medium for free, becoming a Patreon for free. Believe me, all of that stuff helps out big time, and I would be truly appreciative. A lot of people don't realize this, but there are so many free ways to help and support the channel, and those, believe me, are valuable without question. So I'm grateful. You can hype the channel as well. You know, you can hype after we're done. But it's crazy to think that I am basically 900 subs away from 5,000, which is incredible to think I'm that close. I don't know what the Minutemen are. There's definitely a lot of guidelines within Freemasonry. I would say that's for sure. I mean, we get a constitution, we get our bylaws. These guidelines are not bigger than the country, but nonetheless, they are part of what it means to be a Freemason. Patreon.com/square and compass. That's a very important channel. You can join for free. You can go to Instagram.com/square_and_compass_promotions. You can follow me on Instagram for free. That helps very well also. I mean, I'd be hesitant to use those connections, Andre, because we're obviously not a militia. I would assume the Minutemen had for their organization probably some type of mutual support, but they have very different purposes. So Patreon/square and compass, Instagram.com/square_and_compass_promotions, Medium.com/@Adamson-Cameron, and the last one I'll give you is YouTube.com/Cameron Adamson. Those are all of my different channels and things that if you could subscribe, I would truly appreciate it. All of which you can do completely for free. And I would be grateful. And I'm also grateful, as I mentioned before, to be getting so incredibly close to 5,000 subs. We all start with 0. So I'm grateful and thank you. There you go. Free as in Freemason. That's the way to think about it. There are many free as in Freemasons way to support the channel. I mean, I think we need more patriotism for sure. So, yeah, I saw that you subscribed, and I appreciate that very much, Dodge, that you subscribed. I'm truly grateful. But just keep in mind, there's different channels on which you can subscribe based on those links for free as well. And I saw you said you'll check them out. And for that, I'm truly grateful. So thank you so much for that. It is incredibly kind of you. Honestly, all the evidence shows that civic institutions like Freemasonry support patriotism. Like, for example, within Freemasonry, at least in Canada, at the end of every meeting, we sing the national anthem. In America, they very often start their meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, how much do I earn from 5,000 subs? Well, you don't earn money based on how many subs you have. You earn money based on watch time, super chats, and gifts, and brand partnerships. But what you do get from subscribers is a boost in the algorithm. The more subscribers you have, the YouTube will look at that, the algorithm, and recognize that your channel must have some value, and therefore will encourage people to check it out. Now, my view on it has always been subscribers are like Freemasons. Just being a subscriber or just being a Mason is wonderful, but the ultimate show of success will be how many of those Masons show up to lodge and are present, and how many of those subscribers will show up to my stream and watch, right? Um, but the more subscribers I have, the better the algorithm will treat me. So that is not true, Dylan. That is not true. If anyone were, then they should be kicked out of the craft and the police should be called. And I would, if I were to find out any of those people were in Freemasonry, however I were to learn of it, I would call the police and, suspend them from the craft. But no, that's just a lot of conspiracy minded baloney. I do not watch soccer, but I know it's the FIFA World Cup, so I know a lot of people are going to be watching it. I was thinking of doing a podcast on that a little bit, like maybe a podcast on, I don't even know what, famous Freemason soccer players. Oh, so Lozel, you don't know what snitching means with that statement. I don't think snitching is ever okay, but I don't think you know what snitching means. Here's what snitching means. You and I, Lozel, both agree to commit a crime. We commit the crime, and then I get caught and I snitch on you and say so and so did it to get myself out of trouble. And honestly, I do think that's a very morally questionable thing to do. First of all, just committing the crime is morally questionable, but then betraying your friend and your friend's confidence like that is. I've always been very honest with my Masonic brethren because it's part of our ritual that I am not going to cover for any brother who's committing a criminal act or committing a criminal offense or being a bad citizen. That is told to you right from the start. That is part of your Masonic obligations is to follow the laws of the country and not to cover for one who is not. So if anything, not telling the authorities would be breaking my oath to them and my word to them. I would never agree to commit a crime with another Mason, nor would I agree to cover for them if I find out they're committing a crime. And no, light free. So clearly, that's one of those statements you don't understand what it means to outrank somebody else or what that terminology means. First of all, the 33rds do not outrank anybody. In fact, if they're in a Blue Lodge, they will be of equal or lesser rank than the Worshipful Master and the third degrees, depending on the scenario and the situation. But second, I would not care if they're the Grand Master. If I find out they're committing a crime, rank has nothing to do with it. I'm advising the authorities of what's happening. And I agree Freemasonry is patriotic, at least the best version of patriotism. And the best version of Freemasonry also has a lot of camaraderie. Both of those things are absolutely the case. I am 42, so way to age me, Dodge. Way to age me. But hey, what can I say? Maybe Freemasonry and the stress of Freemasonry and YouTube has aged me. Who knows? Yeah, I think this term snitching, I think a lot of people misunderstand what it means. That's fine. I wouldn't hide the fact that I had told the authorities. Again, it's not snitching. Snitching is we both commit a crime and I turn you in to save myself. I would immediately tell anybody who asks, yes, I told the authorities on such and such for this reason. And if they're good Masons and they are understand what's going on, they will accept it and understand why it was done and would do the same things themselves. No worries, DJ. I'm just kidding you. I'm just bugging you. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Thinking about getting older is starting to get to me a little bit. The fact that I'm getting close to 50. is insane to me. I feel like just yesterday I was not. You know, I'm going to say this: there is no tomorrow. It's a true statement. I mean, from when I joined Freemasonry to 20 years later, it has gone by like a rocket, like a blink of an eye. It's absolutely crazy to think how quickly it goes. They should, and I mean, there's been times when cops have told on other cops, I'm sure. There's been times when they haven't. And look, I get the idea of you want to be loyal to your friends, you want to be loyal to your coworkers, you want to be loyal to your brothers, but loyalty means a lot of different things. And one thing loyalty has to mean is do not let people get away with stuff that they shouldn't be getting away with. If I see my brothers committing a crime, and again, I'm being smart about it. If I see a brother jaywalking, I'm going to let it go. I'll probably jaywalk along with them. But obviously, murder or whatever it is, not telling the police is not actually doing any favors for anybody, including for my brother. However, he might see it. Ultimately, to let him get away with it is setting a very bad precedent, and ultimately, he may get to the point where he thinks he can keep getting away with it, and then he simply ends up hurting more people, getting hurt himself, facing even tougher consequences, you know. But I mean, you can understand where this sentiment comes from, but it's a wrong way to think about things. Um, and again, it's not snitching, and that's kind of a dumb way to view it. So please, once again, hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts you guys have you want to share about Freemasonry? I'm just hanging out. What I may do, like I said, is eventually, because I need to go to the Masonic building, what I may do is leave this, like, put this camera, put my phone at the window. We can look at the river, look at the carnival being built. It's a cool thing to see. When I come back on, we'll see if anybody stuck around to watch it. It could be kind of cool. And if nobody watches it and everybody leaves, I get 0 views, that's okay. But it has been great to see a lot of people joining. We've had 662 views so far. I'm grateful for that. I've been kind of lazy with this channel and with the number of different streams I've been doing, so it's nice to pick it up once again. Um, I have no idea how big actually, I do know how big my apartment is, but I'm not going to share it here. I had to let the tax people know because I work from home primarily, and I needed to let the tax people know what my square footage was. No worries, Dodge. As always, though, I really appreciate you being here. I appreciate everybody being here. It's been wonderful to see. Thank you for hanging out, for helping with the channel. It's nice to see some of this growth because it's been a little while since I've done these longer streams. So it's nice to get back into it and get focused on it once again. And currently it's watch time and it's members. I look like a quiet man. Subaru. I mean, I've had education. I'm grateful for it. My focus, as always, though, right now, right, is trying to focus on learning more every day. One of the things we're taught in Freemasonry is to try to make a daily advancement in Masonic knowledge. What precisely that means is going to depend on, like there's so many different ways you can advance your knowledge in Freemasonry. So many different resources available, which is something I really love about it very much. Not always, Dodge. It depends who you ask, but I try to have manners when I can. So, I think we in Freemasonry are taught maybe primarily through kind of ethical considerations or even examples, the value of having manners, why they're important. Having manners is a good thing, I think, in day to day life. It matters a lot. It helps with, it helps with a variety of different things and our ability to get along with others, work with others. So we're going to give it some time, wait to see who jumps on. So I think here is the plan. At 6 p.m. Eastern, so in about half an hour, I am going to take my phone, give you guys a view of the beautiful Detroit River and the setup for the festival and the setup for the carnival. Then I'm going to head over and do some work at the Masonic Temple. Um, I'll try to check in on the stream every now and then. No one cause any problems on it, please. Come back in maybe 2 to 3 hours, and then we will see how it's been going. Scarlet Fox, you're not an evil person. At least I don't think you are. I think it's very hard to be a good man and not civil. Civility, etiquette, kindness, charity. Those things matter. Those things are incredibly important. So, no, I think that's absolutely the case. I think we learn that in Freemasonry. Certainly, we learn how to be civil when dealing with disagreements. I think that's one of the best things about Freemasonry is the fact that regardless of our disagreements, we do try our best to be civil with one another. Sure, Ryan Barnes. I don't think you're allowed because there's so much boat traffic, the currents are so strong. I'm pretty sure it's illegal. Also, I think it should be illegal, by the way. I'm not saying it shouldn't be. So, no. But if it was allowed and legal and safe, I would. A lot of people kayak in the river, they take boats on the river. That's a really cool thing. So there's no feast, but there is a Masonic event happening. It's actually a graduation for the Scottish Rite Learning Center. Um, so I look forward to it. In case anybody's curious, as of right now, let's see, I'm curious myself. Um, I'm just checking to see if anything is new about Iran right now. Let's see. U.S. Central Command forces, is this a legitimate source? Hold on just one second. I want to be really careful what I report on this. I will. Hope you guys will stick around. Watch the river. Watch the festival being set up. It's a cool view. I can't see. So I am in Windsor, Ryan. Windsor, Ontario. I am, 4 minutes ago. I am from Windsor, greatest city in the world. I love it. I've never got nervous talking to 33rds. They are not higher ranking than me. They're not more important than me. Some of them, I like. Some of them I don't really know, but I will never get nervous talking to them. When you talk about how far will I be, I mean, it's not a matter of distance per se. Like metaphorically, I'm 18th degree, but so I guess like 12 degrees. I can't do math. 12 would be 30, 14, I guess 15. But I don't really think in terms of degrees. It's not something I'm interested in. Um, right? I want to focus on the Blue Lodge. I want to focus on scoring times promotions. I think these are the two things necessary to grow Freemasonry. And that's what I want to focus on. So, 9 minutes ago, U.S. Central Command said this is from New York Times, said American forces launched strikes on Iran at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday in response to the downing of an Apache helicopter. The mission is a proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression, the military said in a statement on social media. So, we'll see. Again, this matters to Freemasonry. There could be Freemasons in harm's way. Freemasons are going to start spending more money on things like oil. This stuff matters. This stuff matters quite a bit. And let's give it a bit more time. Let's wait to see who joins. Just hanging out, chatting. It's been a fun stream. I've enjoyed it quite a bit. So thank you everybody who's been here so far. Truly, truly appreciate it. Getting closer and closer to 5,000 subs every day. But nobody should get nervous talking to a 33rd degree. You should always, it's the man, not the rank. The man makes the rank, the man makes the degree doesn't make the man. What I mean by that is whether you are, third degree or 33rd degree, if you're a good person and a good man, that's what matters. If you get hung up on degree titles, it gets very silly very quickly. Light free, if every single thing is equal, so for example, if I have a better chance and I'm more likely to be able to save the non-Mason than the Mason, I'm going to save the non-Mason. But if everything is completely equal, they're both equal distant away from me, and there's no way to no one has an advantage over the other, then I'm going to save the Mason. And that's just because they're the ones I have a bond with and I have to save somebody. I would try to save both, but if it's one or the other, I would save the Mason. Now, that's assuming all other things are equal. If it's my mom versus a Mason, I'm saving my mom, obviously. Sorry, Mason. I guess my mom passed away. If it's, this is like a trolley problem situation. If it's the person drowning is a doctor and has a, knowledge able to cure cancer, I'm probably saving him. So expected, maybe not expected per se, you're not going to be forced, but I mean, yeah, I would say expected, sure. I've attended many Masonic funerals, some even from Masons I didn't know, but nonetheless were brothers. Masonic funerals are a really excellent way to show respect to a past brother, but also to show that's not cornflakes, that's Cheerios, I think, to show respect for the family of the brother who passed away. One of the biggest mistakes that we can make, one thing a funeral really does demonstrate and show is we have a very limited amount of time here on earth, unfortunately. And because we have a very limited amount of time here on earth, every hour that a Mason spends is one less hour he can spend with his wife, one less hour he can spend with his kids, one less hour he can spend with his friends, one less hour he can spend with whomever. And when Masons go to a Masonic funeral service, really what we're doing is we're saying, thank you for letting us spend time thank you for letting your husband, your father, your brother, your employee, your friend, thank you for letting him spend an hour of his finite time with us. Maybe an hour every month, an hour every 2 months, whatever it might be, an hour every week. It's a way to say thank you, because one thing a funeral reminds you of is we do not have an unlimited time here on earth. And because we don't have an unlimited time here on earth, we'd better be grateful for every minute a brother chooses to spend with us, and for every minute a brother's family allows him to spend with us. I think that's one of the coolest things about Freemasonry is that recognition. So honestly, I'm trying to eat better. I'm trying to eat healthier. I'm trying to eat more fruits and vegetables. But honestly, I'm still pretty lazy about it. So it's a lot of fast food. Honestly, it's probably way too much fast food, but I'm trying to be better. Welcome back, NW London Man. I don't know if you've been watching the whole time. Did you see NW London Man, the link I provided you for that article about the bear? Did you check it out? Oh, very funny AS. Honestly, there has been some evidence that Santa Claus or Saint Nick was a type of Freemason, or at least a Mason, interestingly enough. And I've even seen pictures of Santa Claus in a Masonic regalia. So you can't click it, NW London Man. You just have to copy and paste. If you can't copy and paste, what you want to do is type in. I'll give you the things to type in. Hold on just one sec, sorry, because I'm hoping to get more people following me on Medium. That's one of my goals, especially because it's free. So it is, type into Google unreasonable hospitality. Adamson dash Cameron medium. Oops. Or sorry, unreasonable. Actually, a better one would be unreasonable Freemasonry. Adamson dash Cameron medium. If you type those things into Google, I'm hoping you'll see at some point the article pop up in your searches. For me, it comes up first. It's an article from August 17th, 2024. So 2 years ago now. Time is flying. I'm going to say that. We're going to keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. Like I said, at 6 o'clock, we'll be seeing some different things. I want to give it a couple. Just wait to see who else is going to join, though, and who else is going to hang out. No rush, but any thoughts you guys have on Freemasonry? Yes, that is the start of it, NW London Man. It looks like you found it. So follow me on Medium if you can. I would really appreciate it. It's easy to do and it is free. The top option says paid. Just go down to the bottom option, which is free. Follow. I mean, if you want to join the paid option, that's great. But just join for free if you can't. Um, Clap, comment, let me know what you think. Now there's two. I did Unreasonable Freemasonry one, and then I did another article because I did one first based on the book and the other based on an article or a story by Will Gardia. So check them both out. But if you follow me on media, and it may give you some interesting ideas that you can bring to your Masonic Lodge. as well, and I hope you'll consider. But yeah, The Bear season 5 comes out June 25th. I think it's going to be incredible and amazing and probably such a cool thing to check out. I can't wait. The trailer looks amazing. I've loved every season of The Bear. Um, no, it's not light free based on what I'm reading, but I never read that book, so maybe it's a sarcastic title. Season 2 was incredible. Season 3 was incredible. Season 4 was incredible. Season 1 was incredible. And I have no doubt season 5 will be incredible also. I hope everybody watching this is doing well, and thank you all so much for being here. As always, take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, let me know. Follow me on Medium, Instagram, etc., etc. We're going to keep hanging out. We're just waiting to see who joins. Another 15 minutes, then we're going to be moving on to some other stuff. It is 5:44 Eastern Standard Time. Whenever I give times, so when I say, for example, I do my streams 1 a.m. and 1 p.m., I always refer 1 a.m. and 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Um, so yeah, just keep that in mind. That's the stream I'm always going with, or the time zone, I should say. We're going to give this just a little bit more time. We're just going to wait to see if anybody else jumps on to say hello. Like I said, I will be switching the view pretty soon because we got some cool stuff coming up, but this will be fun. I did not, but that doesn't shock me because I'm trying to think, like, if you go straight south from England, I think Nigeria would be along that pathway, I believe, but I don't know for sure. I do want to visit Africa at some point. So one new update. I don't see what the new update is. Just looking at this thing about Iran to see what's happening. Iran state television said that explosions and air defense sirens were heard in several locations along Iran's Persian Gulf coast, including Bandar Abbas, Keshem, and Sirak. The report said Syria and Keshem were attacked several times, but no further details provided. So there is no, I don't drink, there is no Masonic Lodge in Iran, but there is the Masonic Lodge, sorry, there is the Grand Lodge of Iran in exile, which is made up of Masons who were from Iran who left in 19, whatever it was, 79, when the revolution took place and Freemasonry was outlawed. But many of those, they may meet in Los Angeles, they may still live in Iran, or they may have family in Iran, or they may be in the military. There's also, lodges on military bases in the Middle East. So Masons are still at risk. And also Jordan has Masonic lodges. Israel has Masonic lodges. Lebanon has Masonic lodges. And I'm thinking about the safety of all my brethren and hoping that they're all going to be okay. It's scary to think about what could happen to your brothers and to anybody, by the way. No, we do not. Nor should we. And according to Midas Touch, 2 minutes ago, Iranian regime linked media Tasnim news agency says Iran will respond to U.S. attacks. BRICS News, major explosions reported in Iran following U.S. strikes. I do. My favorite game to play is Assassin's Creed Part 3, which I love. I also really enjoy the Dead Space games, all of them. I think they're incredible. So, those are my games. Those are my jams. I don't know about that, Light Free. I think what we want to see is a de-escalation as soon as possible because we don't want anybody innocent killed. But I mean, we don't want anybody killed. Period. I should say. I don't really care at this point about anything else beyond that. I also hate to see the economic downturn of this on working people just trying to get by. So we'll see. But we're all thinking about it and hoping for the best for everybody, as we should, right? Never played Wuthering Waves, but I'll check it out. Sounds interesting. I like Assassin's Creed Part 3 because of all the Masonic references therein. I think that's really cool. I don't think I did yet. I mean, in fairness, I say I like to play games, and I do, but I've also been swamped with Freemasonry, with all of these channels, etc., etc. I am not Jackie Chan. Here's my question to you. Are you a subscriber? Planta Monstera. And if you are not, what's wrong with you? Please subscribe. And if you are, thank you. I appreciate it. PS3. I got to get a PS5. It'd be fun, but a bit too expensive. Unless you guys want to do a super chat, help me out. I stick to PS3s. I mean, like I said, most people on this stream just tell me I'm ugly. So if anybody says I look handsome, I'm not gonna complain, that's for sure. And Jackie Chan's a handsome fella, so I will take it. I will take it most gladly. Terry, are you a subscriber? I'm definitely not a model, but thank you for saying I don't look ugly either. I'll take that, and I much appreciate it. Sorry, Freemasonry does not rule the world. And if you're paying attention to anything I've said, you would know that Freemasonry does not rule the world. Your name concerns me, the first part of it, certainly. If you think Freemasonry rules the world, you are spending way too much time looking up a bunch of nonsense conspiracy theories. Illuminati don't really exist. Illuminati has not existed in any meaningful way for, I don't even know, over 300 years? Well, not over 300 years, over 100 years or so. They were started in 1776 by Adam Weishaupt, who was an ex-Mason. But unfortunately, this idea that people have that Freemasonry and conspiracy theories are connected, it's very silly and it's wrong. So I don't think I want to rule the world, Terry. Honestly, it seems like it'd be a headache. Like, I think it'd just be way too much work, and I would not enjoy the headache of it all. I'm just trying to rule myself and be as good as I can be. That should be enough. Why try to rule over others? There was, and he was a monster, and he was a horrific human being. And I'm glad that he's not with us and that he was not successful. What about blacksmiths? I mean, maybe they want to rule the world. I don't think they do. But they're a type of tradesman and craftsman. So they're part of our roots as Freemasons. We're going to give this another couple minutes, then we'll be changing things up a little bit, as you know. Yeah, I've known many padres who are Freemasons and many priests who are Freemasons. To be a Freemason, you just have to believe in a supreme being. And obviously, if you're a priest, you definitely believe in a supreme being. So there's no question about that. BlackRock, isn't BlackRock a defense contractor? I mean, I don't know anything about BlackRock other than defense contractor, I guess. All right, Terry, we're gonna get rid of you. I mean, I don't know anything about BlackRock, unfortunately. You know, it's one of those things where I think without question, there are probably Masons who work for BlackRock, but there's also Masons who are plumbers, and I have no idea. I mean, I would think they're probably making a lot of money right now with the conflict in Iran, but I would hope that our main concern is not the poor defense contractors and putting food on their table. I think they're eating pretty well at the moment. Well, in Spain, they are wrong if Freemasonry has a very bad reputation. There's Freemasonry in Spain, to be for the record. Um, you know, this idea of we shouldn't worry about our reputation. We should just worry about being good people and honest. And I would hope that other people will see that, including those who have a more negative view of Freemasonry. I would hope they would still see the more positives of it and go from there. So the Vatican might be the highest in the ranks of the Catholic faith, but it's not in Freemasonry because Freemasonry is not a religion. It occupies a completely different space, and there is no single highest rank in Freemasonry. Good, honest people are not secretive at all. Here I am talking about Freemasonry. If I was secretive, I would tell you I have no secrets, right? What I have is private information, and it's meant to maintain privacy, to maintain the bonds of brotherhood. And the Vatican definitely does not control everything. Um, I don't. What would you say are the most important values? I mean, every Mason will have his own three values, right? There is no singular way to answer that question. I can say the most general answer you would get would be brotherly love, relief, and truth. Um, Probably that's the most general answer you would give. I would be hesitant to give that myself. I would probably say, for me personally, the three most important values that I've taken from Freemasonry are temperance, prudence, and charity. Charity towards, charity with time, with forgiveness, with understanding, with patience. Um, charitable in a variety of ways. I would say tolerance could be up there. Tolerance for different religions, different beliefs, different politics. So, nope. I've been to many Masonic lodges, never seen one with an underground bunker or bomb shelter. No, it wouldn't shock me if they had it. I wouldn't be surprised if in some small towns in America during the Cuban Missile Crisis, they actually built bomb shelters under Masonic lodges because they were very often community centric locations. But, that would be the exception. Do not know what Sacra Unita is. Um, so I cannot tell you anything about them. Well, I'm glad to get a new subscriber. Hopefully, you'll start to reconsider some of your views on the Austrian painter, who's, like I said, pretty monstrous fella. But I am on my way, and I'm grateful to be on my way to 5,000 subs, 4,000 and almost 110 at the moment. XAUKX, number one, thank you for that. If you are my number one fan, hit the like and subscribe button. I would really appreciate it. Now, all right, I think we've made it to this point. Well, I got 2 minutes to go, actually. So what we're going to do is in a couple minutes, I'm going to take my phone. I'm going to bring it over to my window and I'm going to set it up. Oh, well, then that is good. I am glad that you don't agree with him. That is a good thing. And I'm glad that you're here. We're going to be taking my camera and putting it on the Detroit River and the riverfront because it's beautiful views. And I have to go to a Masonic Lodge building, but we have a bit of a long stream. I'm getting a lot of people jumping on, and I don't want to end it. I should be back in a couple hours, maybe 3, at which point I will start talking once again about Freemasonry. But yeah, it should be a lot of fun. I'm grateful for all of the people who've been joining so far. And yeah, it's been very enjoyable. I'm trying to use this stream to turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession, and it's going pretty well through content creation. I do not know who that is, Dodge. So is Fush Kruja a place? Okay, I mean, I will look it up. I would love to visit Albania. I think it'd be really fun. If for whatever reason the stream cuts out, which could happen, I will come back on as soon as I get the chance. The best way to make sure that if the stream cuts out, you see me again, is by turning on your notification bell. That way, once I start to stream again, you'll just see it and you'll know what I'm doing. Notification bell actually helps a lot with the channel in general. Kruja City, send me off an email, Dodge, with that information. squareandcompass.ca/contact, and I will see if I can find it. And it'd be really fun to look up, I'm sure. But we're going to be, here it is. I'm going to pin this comment. We're going to pin that message, I should say. All right. Hold on. Let's do a poll question as well. Windsor or Detroit. All right. Like I said, if for whatever reason the channel, the stream cuts out because technology doesn't always work. Let's see if I can get this. There we go. Do not be alarmed. Once I get the chance, oops, as I'm running into things, I will restart. We'll be all set. Please ignore the squeaking wheelchair as well. That's a pain in the butt. I got to get that fixed. And check out this. You're going to see in 1 second. This beautiful view of the Detroit River. and the festival being set up there. And everybody be good on the stream.